Hello, hello. Good morning. What? Okay. Okay. Where am I at? I think I still have a few more C ranks to do. Let me check the schedule in the ranks. Okay. Okay, so there's a C rank today. And there's a C rank in a little while. Got it. Regional. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 7 more C ranks to go. I really do like this virtual world. I wonder if this came out before or after network transmission. Doesn't need repairs yet. Okay, let me go to Edgeworks and modify my other mech a little bit. The missile one. Okay, customize. I'll bring their ammo down by 10. Okay, so every 5 points it knocks off like 10 ammo. Why does it cost so much more to go lighter? Oh, that picture. Picture of what? What do you mean, Ash? Also, hello, how are you? Good morning. The Thinker. Huh? What do you mean? What are you talking about? If you go to the bottom of the back left, go back on the bottom left. Oh, that one. Oh yeah, the avatars in this game are pretty funny. But how are you, Ash? Good morning. How's your day going? I'm good. Oh, that's good. I ate those chocolate coins I love so much. Oh no, you ate all your money. My mom knew I loved them, so she did the unthinkable. She found lint chocolate coins. Ooh. Nice. I was listening to more old science fiction the other day, and it was stuff from like the 50s, and it's so funny to think about how like it talks about computers as if they're not real. It like, because it takes place in the future, but it's the future from there. It's like, that's one of the things I like about like retrofuturism, is that they talk about like amazing computational machines, and it didn't occur to me for a minute. It's like, oh wait, they mean they mean they didn't know that computers were real. I never thought you could get chocolate coins that didn't taste like shit. Well, I thought you liked them. What do you mean you didn't know they could taste good? That doesn't make any sense. I did. I don't know about any of that. You guys have weird chocolate. It's like not made out of chemicals. They're always made from very cheap chocolate. Why don't they make it out of actual chocolate? You know, harsh chemicals and World War II rations. It is actual chocolate. No, like American chocolate. But chocolate has multiple varieties and qualities. I don't know about that. We have food laws that forbid us from poisoning ourselves. We're about to have the opposite. Like I delayed. Okay. Let me temp in. Watch SV. I'm trying to imagine. You know what I want to think about? What would like a virtual world setting like this game has be like in like an old science fiction thing? Because you didn't really have like the Matrix, you didn't really have the net until what is it called, Neuromancer, I think was the book that really introduced the concept. I'm trying to like if an old science fiction work from like the 50s or something had a fully virtual world, what would they imagine that to be like? I mean, RFK will have to work really hard to make it worse. You don't know that guy like I do. My friend Bobby. I don't want to talk about that. That's not appropriate for stream. Old Future is really funny because they always so rooted in the moment. Yeah, I was thinking of it because I was listening to it's called like Dimension X. It's like an old science fiction show. And it talks about like there's a part where it mentions like the new amazing computational machines, and I'm like, oh wait, he means computers. They didn't know what computers were a fictional thing back then. Man, imagine if computers are real though. Where the hell? I gotta find the ranker. He's somewhere here. Fuck. Damn it. Yeah, I'm dying. Oh, there he is. Damn. Like how even 90s future movies assume giant-ass monitors because they assume monitors must be big-ass tubes. That was actually like the wrong choice though. We should have kept cathode ray tubes. But I mean, like, if you had like, you know, like a Jetsons type future, like the Art Deco, like old sci-fi stuff, how would they imagine a virtual world? It's like us and AI, if you think about it, with early sci-fi. I would say us and robots. Like, robotics are like a thing that we can think of and imagine, but like we don't really have them. So like if you write a book now and it's science fiction and includes robots, that's kind of what they thought computers were like. I still want a pet with the net navy inside, and I insist that it's possible. I think current AI sucks because, well, I mean, the current AI, it's just like autocomplete, basically. It's just super autocomplete. If you're on your phone and you start typing and then you just tap the middle like autocomplete answer for like 10 times, it'll make a sentence. That's all an AI really is. Essentially, it's a more advanced version of that. I don't know. Are net navies possible? Would a net navy have to be an AGI? I guess is the question. Would it actually have to approximate? I don't know, because all the AI models suck and are stupid and are fake and pretend to be intelligent. So none of them are good examples of what I'm talking about. But like the thing about like net navies and stuff isn't just that they could think; it's that they had like emotions and everything. They were basically human. You make an AI out of discrete logic. You don't need any neural network bullshit. I mean, theoretically. My reason to believe so is dwarf fortunes exist. What if you could procedurally generate? That's an interesting. So marketing made it become that actual AI by definition is not a linear algorithm, which is a different personal annoyance altogether. Yeah, I hate that's one of the things I hate most about like the way venture capital has overtaken technology is that they just use the wrong terms for everything. It's like that's possibly somehow on top of everything else that might be the most obnoxious part of it. It's hard to, you know, it's hard to be the worst part of all that because it's bad stuff, but like I think about that a lot with like, remember when that guy made those like electric skateboard like segways without a thing on them and he called them hoverboards? It's like, well, it doesn't hover. Like when you add enough basic systems into a cauldron, you eventually reach emerging behavior so complex it looks alive. Yeah, but is that real? I feel like that's the thing is like AIs just kind of fake it is the thing. It's not that it's like it doesn't seem alive, it's just tricking you. It responds in a way that would make you think. Like, what do you mean by emerging behavior, I guess is the question. LLMs do part of that, but they're flawed by... well, the LLMs, like... The thing is that, like, with LLMs and stuff, it's all, like... It's almost, like, all smoke and mirrors. Like, they're not... It's just, like... If you understand how it works on the backends with like tokens and just how it parses data, it's like not really thinking. It's just sort of, it reminds me, what did they call it? What was that one like chatbot that would just bounce messages around and it would sometimes trick people into thinking? It was like Wisebot or something. There was some website where you could like type in and it pretended to be an AI, but it just like, it just like bounced messages around between users to like trick people into thinking you were having a conversation. So it's like, it might respond in a way that makes you think as if, but it doesn't really do that. An emerging behavior is like a complex behavior that gets created by many smaller parts working together. Was that Cleverbot? It was something like that. I forget what the hell it was called. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I forget. That's probably it. I think modern LLMs are good at tricking people, but that's it. There's no actual magic going on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, fundamentally, like, behind the scenes, it's actually just stupid. It's actually just sort of a performance. It's not anything approximating, like, real intelligence or behavior. Based on making smoke and mirrors more smoky rather than making something actual worthwhile? Well, that's my problem, because, like... I know a lot of the people investing this don't understand this, but they're like not. It's impossible for them to do what they want to do because they're talking about like AGI and all these other things. It like literally you can't get there with the stuff they're doing because it's like on a fundamental level it's just sort of fake. So it's like you can't go from like something that's pretending to do things to like something that does it on a level that's theoretical. Imagine if you took one of those like fake kids computers, like a Leapfrog or something, like not a real computer but something that looks like a computer so a kid can play with it, and you were like, all right, I'm gonna build a supercomputer like with this. It's like no you're not. That's why I think this solution is discrete logic. I wonder if I would like a net navy. I still think the most we can hope for is that power infrastructure improves. They are investing in nuclear, which is crazy. You know, apparently we can do that for data centers and all this garbage, but we can't just get nuclear power generally. But net navies is certainly an idea for a moonshot. LLM craze has been taking all the good engineers out. Good engineers is one way to put it. Everyone needs to invest in LLMs and not like natural language processing research and shit. Well, it's like literally the people putting up the money don't know. They don't like know or understand what they want, and they're just sort of getting flim-flammed. It's like it's just like two kinds of con men talking to each other, like with neither really understanding. Yeah, like the tech people are like scamming the investors, and the investors just don't really understand what they're asking for. Because like literally, there's like so many things about it. But if you look into like the like push for AGI and like a lot of the different sort of people behind it, they literally don't understand like what they're talking about. And they don't understand like why like it doesn't work. An idea for making something like that: start from an LLM and gradually replace part of it with discrete logic, maybe using itself. The thing inventor just invented a thing, which is a better version of the thing inventor. I just don't think using itself. There's been some experiments like that. I just don't know if that really goes anywhere. You can certainly make any process more efficient by making a machine like that, but then like I don't know if it produces anything really practical. Like you can't. The thing about the thing inventor that makes a new better version of itself like perpetually is you can't make anything like purpose driven. We're like marketing people ask tech people, so it's AI, right? And tech people say it's probably not. Marketing people says no. Let's say it's S.L.A.I. I know. That's the thing. A lot of the like venture capital marketing people think that like they're going to like new emergent technologies are going to let them live forever. Like they don't just think it's AI. They think it's AI on a scale that they're going to be able to like transfer their consciousness into it, and like cheat death and transcend humanity. And it's like you understand that this is like cheat. Like this is not that at all. I can't tell you enough. I don't know where you got that idea, but well, I do know actually, but that's neither here nor there. But it's like the things that they ultimately want to use this stuff for, with that as an example, are like totally impossible for it. Start from an LLM and go like, okay, let's split an input stream and output stream, both driven by LLMs that are more focused, then iterate until you can replace the LLM with a human-vetted algorithm. Like divide ad imperium, but from the top. Treat the LLM like mocks in a test framework. That would be an interesting experiment, but it would be like resource heavy. Because you would need to run like two large-scale LLMs at once. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe they wouldn't need to be that large-scale anymore. Your learning model will be put into a folder and forgotten, which I argue is a fate worse than death. I don't know. I mean, like, you get paid. you make a thing like that, you get paid, and it just sort of vanishes. They're reasonable nowadays. Well, now we got that Chinese. Now we got that Chinese stuff coming in. They've made clear improvements. I have too many projects I want to do. But yeah, I was thinking about it because I was watching an old radio show, and I really like the way they talk about computers, because like literally in like the 50s and 60s, computers were science fiction. Like, I'm sure they had an idea, like in theory, like they knew what a computational device could be. But like literally the concept of a computer was like just like a science fiction idea. And it's so interesting to me to think about. That's why I want to what I'm thinking about is, like, imagine if you took like an old science fiction author from like the 50s who was writing like pulp sci-fi, like you got Ray Bradbury and you sat him down and you explained to him like the internet and like virtual worlds. Like, you told them about like Mega Man Battle Network, essentially. Like, what would he think about that? How would he picture that in his mind, with, you know, from his perspective? What does that look like? Okay, let me skip a couple of days here. I'm trying to think of good examples of that. I feel like computers are going to be the biggest one. The only other one is like spaceships, but we're not really there yet to have the same point of comparison. Like, they talked about space travel and all that kind of thing, but we also are still... that's also still sort of science fiction to us. But we did get to the moon. Long-range communications? Maybe. Well, that's the thing. A lot of old science fiction doesn't have long-range communications. Like that, if you read Neuromancer, actually there's like an author's note at the end where he talks about, like, you'll have to excuse the fact that nobody ever thinks to pull out their cell phone. Because, like, I wrote this before, like, basically, because he's making a joke about how he wrote the story before, like, cell phones were a thing. So, like, in the story, it has, like, a really... Neuromancer is interesting because it's, like, the first, like, story with, like a Matrix type... Not really a Matrix. It has, like a visualization of the, like, of the World Wide Web. And he was talking about how people thought it was, like, amazing that he predicted all this stuff about the internet, and he's like, well, you'll have to forgive that nobody has their cell phones on them, because, like, obviously you didn't think of that. Like, it's the Steinfeld problem where almost all the stories are canceled out if they have cell phones. So it's like, I feel like long-range communication you wouldn't see a lot in old sci-fi, because they just, like, that's something that was totally out of the sort of, like, imagination. You know, they had the telegraph eventually, but they never imagined that you'd be able to just call somebody on the other side of the world. I'd have to look. I'd be interested if there was a story that talked about something like that. They kind of have that... Well, it's not really the same thing. In, I forget which one that is. In one of Asimov's books, Elijah Bailey goes to a planet where where everybody talks to each other with Skype, essentially, so everybody's become like a shut-in. Like, it's a planet full of people who never see each other in person. They just call each other on the phone. And it's like a Vizio phone, whatever they fucking... It's Skype, basically. That would be the closest example I could think of. But that's like... I feel like that's just talking about, like, telephones. Like, it's not really long-range communication in the same sense. Because you don't really get a sense of distance in that story about, like, how far away anyone is from each other. Mother of All Demos was in 1968. Oh. They had landline and maybe Morse code telegram, but that's it. Yeah, but it's like computers were more computers and like robots and stuff. Like, there's a lot of technology they did imagine. I just don't really think they thought about long range communication in the way we sort of have it now. Well, they're all demos. It's a fun ride. I'll check it out. But I do still think a lot about like the relation between like sci-fi and philosophy around technology. Because like, I don't know, I was reading about like how to write retro sci-fi before, and like people described old science fiction as optimistic, and that's like not really it. It's that like people back in the day, when they thought about like technology in the future, they thought like they were thinking about like what was possible. So like a lot of those, I mean, a lot of like a lot of science fiction at the time was like pessimistic, and a lot, you know, like a lot of the better sci-fi stories are about like technology going wrong or ruining society or people using it for bad things, which isn't an optimistic perspective. But it like fundamentally, it's like it's less optimistic and more romantic. It's like the fundamental notion, to me at least, reading it now, is that they viewed technology as something that would make a future where anything was possible, and maybe sometimes that future would be bad. They didn't they didn't necessarily have a positive view of it, but they had like romantic in the sense of like adventure, like not like romance. Oh, is 30 the max level? It's really eye-opening how much tech we just miss out on. It's just a presentation of a mainframe, and they had fucked up everything. They showed up video conferencing, dynamic lists, hypertext, real-time collaboration, document revision system. Romance? Well, I mean like romance and like the romance of an adventure. Like not in like romance between men and women. I mean like like it was romantic in the sort of narrative sense. Even the input system was so out of this world. The guy invented the fucking mouse and had a piano looking thing for... Man, I'd love to be able to operate a computer with a piano. Ash, can you make me a custom keyboard like that? And then I just have to learn how to play the piano. Everyone focused on the mouse and they forgot everything else was ignored. Kissing the adventure to her fall in love? Well, yeah, not that kind. I mean like romanticist. I don't know. I feel like just like science fiction, like if you read a lot of old sci-fi, it's almost a genre of fantasy. It's like a genre. It's like a it's a subgenre of fantasy in terms of fiction with like different tropes. It's not really grounded in science, except in like a broad sense. And like newer science fiction doesn't seem to have that going for it. It's very sort of locked down with like recent scientific ideas. Like copy was the ASCII code for C. Oh, is a 6-key piano because they use ASCII codes for the commands? Because the idea of the control key wasn't a thing back then. Well, I mean, they had like function keys back then. It was crazy. And they got up to like F22, and they actually used all that shit. They made a whole house input device just for non-typing. True, and also so much of them are more political book than sci-fi. Yeah, I think about that a lot with Asimov's work. Because, like, Asimov, if you read all his works, like I, Robot and all those ones, they're, like, almost... Maybe I, Robot is more science fiction, but, like, they're almost... They kind of just use science fiction to establish the setting. They don't really... Like, a lot of them are, like, detective novels and thrillers, essentially. They're, like, not... They're not really hard sci-fi works that get into all that. The trappings of science fiction are just like establish the setting and the story. And they're kind of more, it's like a detective novel with political themes. Oh, it had a very rudimentary Windows system. Ooh, Windows. It should have had a very rudimentary Linux system. They should have installed Gen 2. I don't know. I gotta read more. I was gonna download like all of Astounding Science Fiction, like an old pulp magazine. Again, decades before the fucking Commodore 64 exists, let alone MS-DOS. It is sort of interesting to see what like what like writers got right about the future. Because there's all these odd examples. Okay, what is this person equipped with? Because I don't think I can kill the daytime one. Yelena. Got some kind of... Is that a missile launcher or a laser gun? Whack! Okay. Maybe I should go to a different area. Instantly killed in 1 second. Damn. Okay, I don't think I can take the C rankers here. I gotta pay attention to what day is it. I gotta check the stock market. Hey, Thunderbird. You know, that's even true about like this, like this work that has like, it has like virtual avatars. Like all the characters are essentially VTubers. They couldn't have imagined this came out in like the late 90s or something. Or the early 2000s. It's a PS2 game, so I guess it would have been early 2000s. Okay, it's day 38. I'm looking for day 76. Okay, so I got plenty of time. But yeah, I feel like we've lost that sort of romance, not just in science fiction as a genre, but like in real life in terms of perspectives on technology. Because I feel like people who are excited about technology developments are optimistic but uncritical. Like they almost have the like opposite view. Where they just kind of think technology, the progress of technology is like necessarily good. And they're not really imagining what could happen. Which one? Did I need to go to Cairo or London? I don't think I'm struggling with the C ranks here, so should relocate. Tokyo, Hong Kong. Okay, let me go back to America. I'm more of how does it affect me with technology development? Well, that's something, if you jock as Yule and like Dave Scribina, like technology sort of exists beyond all that. Like it's hard to imagine the downstream effects, and I don't think anyone cares is the problem. I think a lot of people who are involved in making decisions now literally just think like developing new technologies and advancing current technologies is good in and of itself, which is not true. Which is certainly not the case. Because, like, The advance of technology has like downstream effects that's like hard to imagine. Hey, let's go to New York. We have too many John Hammonds and not enough Malcolms. Ian Malcolms. Okay, how much do I need to get to New York? I need 220,400. Let me skip a day and then I'll just go again with the free money. But I don't know. The good thing is the technology they're working on fundamentally doesn't work for the things they're trying to use it for. So, at the end of the day, they won't make much progress. I'm confident. And I'm somewhat in a position to know. But I do wonder about, like, cooler sci-fi ideas, like net navies and robot butlers and flying cars. And if we'll ever get there. And giant robots, of course. I still feel like a Votems is possible. Like, Armored Trooper Votems, like, those things, they're pretty practical. The physics kind of work. Okay, schedule. Alright, let me make some money on free and D class, and then I'll be ready for C class. Well, AI is the new trend, and hoping will replace such jobs. No, I mean, it might. It really can't. I mean, like, again, the fundamental problem of the AI is that it doesn't work and it can't be fixed, especially for the things they're trying to use it for. In, like, every sense. Not just, like, the moonshot weird ideas. But, like, I just don't think you could get a lot of these. Like, none of the like AIs that exist can get to a point where they would really be like a suitable replacement for most jobs. I mean, we still haven't really figured out self-driving cars. The most popular self-driving cars are just terrible. I remember there was that one site that tried to like source survey data on like moral decision making for self-driving cars. Like if it was out of control and it was going to crash into like this group of people or that group of people, what should it do? It's like stuff like that I don't think you could figure out, and I don't think people will accept. I think it's easier to accept human error than like a machine killing people. You ever wonder what if you had a mecha, what would it be named? I don't know. Probably something cool. Probably something. You know what mecha has a really fucking cool name? I saw there's like a Motoroid they're making a fucking Kaiser Fire from VS Knight, Lamune, and Fire, and 40 and Fire. Kaiser Fire! So good. I don't think robots are allowed to solve the trolley problem yet. Well, that's the thing, like, self-driving cars fundamentally have to make that sort of decision. Like, I mean, that's sort of the point of, like, I wonder if that survey is still up. But, like, literally there are a lot of situations where it would have to make that sort of choice. Like, does it kill the passenger, or does it kill, like, a group of people to avoid having to kill the passenger? If the brakes are shot and the car is, like, spiraling out of control, what should it do? am I getting stun locked so hard? Damn, I keep losing money. They would name it based on planes like Malov. Oh. Dang, I keep losing. I need money. Damn it. Oh, my poor tiger's taking a lot of damage now. So wait, can you like max out every skill? Like is 30 the max? I'd have to count up. Because I know like 400 and something is his max total, but is that based on his like absolute max skills? Because I didn't know each skill had a max, but it seems like 30 for like the main skills and 10 for the sub skills. Okay. I wonder if Astounding Science Fiction goes back to the 30s, are any of those stories like fair use yet? Could I like read through them on stream? I mean, if such cannot be answered by people, why are you people torturing AI to make an answer? That's the thing. I mean, like, they literally think they're gonna do the thing in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like, that's what they want AGI for. They're just gonna make a device that'll tell them anything, and so they can ask it questions. They're gonna make the device that can decipher life, the universe, and everything. And it's like, well, it's like that. The thing that's so funny about that, like, overall, I think, you know, some of them have actually talked about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in that regard, but the thing about it was that in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that didn't work. like even in that was the whole point. Gatsby is very used, so probably I'd have to check. People like torturing things? Yeah, the machine that screams. I built a robot that screams. Why? The trolley problem, like, question, I mean? Well, I mean, the problem is that, like, the trolley problem is fundamentally subjective. Like, it, you know, people have different moral preferences. So it's like, I don't think you would ever make a machine that people would be satisfied with what decisions it makes in a situation like that. We sort of put up with people occasionally making choices like that because it's just like out of necessity. But nobody would accept a machine choosing to kill one person over another person. Because like there's sort of problems with like how people even think of that in the first place, but like the issue with the thing itself is that machines don't make mistakes. So it's not like a person who, when they're in like some hectic situation, when they're in like a car crash and things just sort of get out of hand, like a self-driving car, if the brakes were shot and it was spiraling out of control, it would make a conscious decision to kill somebody over somebody else. Like, it's more of an intentional choice. And it's like, I just don't think you could ever make a system for that people would be satisfied with. Lee. I also think about like the way they used to think about like aliens and like super advanced technology. There was a funny comic that got canceled. It was in, I forget which Godzilla comic run they were planning it for, but they were gonna bring back the aliens from the Mysterians. And they were just gonna be like totally like outpaced by human technology, because like even when that movie came out back in the 60s, like they got beat by the JSDF. So if they came back now, they'd just be totally out of their depth. because like obviously when they were making that movie originally, they didn't imagine how much technology would advance. Bro, imagine getting folded by the JSTF. The JSTF got a couple of wins back in the day. They technically beat Godzilla in raids again. Before like kaiju on kaiju action was the thing, it used to be that like people and human organizations would have to solve things. But like, imagine one of the old like hokey like men from like green men from Mars sort of aliens that you see in like an old science fiction work going up against like a modern military. I feel like they would just get stomped. They would never see it coming. Okay, let me leave before I die again. Isn't that basically Mars attacks? Yeah, kinda. That is sort of what I mean. That is always funny about like about like old ideas about aliens where they have guns that just shoot lasers instead of regular guns. Instead of like actually super advanced technology. Okay, so that'll level up past 10. Wait. So if each of these get to 30, 6 by 30 is 180. So maybe the 410 is actually based on just maxing everything out. I was wondering because originally I thought I had to specialize the chips, but maybe not. Maybe the things I use more will just level up faster, but ultimately he can only hit a certain max for everything. But yeah, I do like Jack Azul's work. I gotta read more of it. I've been reading a lot of his books. I gotta sit down and read one the other way through. But he argues that, like, technique... Like, when he talks about, like, technique and technology, he doesn't necessarily mean machines, but, like, advanced systems. Like, organization is a technique. You know, like, farming is a technique. Like, it's sort of everything. It's like a theory of everything, essentially. And it's like, it's not a question of like intentions or direction, like developing new techniques, refining techniques naturally, like necessarily changes society. So like we can't really control the direction of technology development. If we develop technology, it sort of controls us. It's sort of funny because I remember there's people think like that. There's some people who argue that about like agriculture, that like we didn't really take control of things as much as the systems we made have taken control of humanity. I don't know. You really have to wonder where things went wrong, because you read old philosophy works about technology and they had a pretty good idea of the risks and potential. And man, we really don't have that sort of perspective now. It's really unfortunate, honestly. Okay. I'm gonna try to lock in here so I don't die again. Did I unlock this here anchors here before I left? I can't remember. I guess I'll just wait a minute and see if they come out. You know what I kind of want, thinking about like the Mysterians and stuff? Imagine if Yamazaki put aliens in like the new Godzilla thing. I would do anything. If, like, in the sequel to -1, which he hasn't even confirmed it is, assuming it is the sequel to -1, imagine it had aliens in it, like the old show works. We could have everything. It's so possible. Yamazaki, please, my life, my life for a Godzilla movie where the antagonists are aliens again. Well, it would be fair to think we're still far off till AI can kill you. I mean, that's the problem. One of the areas where AI is making a lot of progress is like medical informatics. So, it might not be that far off that AI is in a position to make decisions about your life and death, actually. That might not be as far down the road as you might imagine it would be. But for real, imagine if he brought aliens into the -1 sequel. Please, Yamazaki. I would do anything. It depends on how much control an AI has. It still kills somebody out of incompetence. No, I mean, like, I mean that might happen, but I just mean, like, if you have an AI that's in charge of, like, administering medicine, organizing, like, health stuff, it will fundamentally make decisions that affect people's, like, life and death. Hey, I got him. Okay. And let's take that win and run away with it. Another C ranker down. I'm really just gonna have trouble with the German ones. I might have to wait until I have more money. Meaning the AI Overlord type of deal, like the Terminator and whatnot? I mean, if you lived in like a small community in Alaska, and your telehealth systems were run by AI, we might not be as far away from that as you think. Man, I think you know where I want to go? There's one town in Alaska that's basically an arcology where everybody lives in this one, like, hotel. It's just like, it's an arcology, but it's shitty. It's an arcology that was formed for practical reasons. Where it's like the whole town is one building. That sounds horrible. It is. But that's not the point. It's just, it's interesting to me that, like, an older, like technophile idea, because people talk about that, like, about, like, future cyber cities, how they're gonna be, like, beehives, essentially. But, like, that's the, and that spaceships will be like that, too, but that's the closest thing we actually have in real life to that, is that one crappy town in Alaska. But bees are cool, but do you want to be a bee, is the question. Do you want to live in an ant's nest on Mars? Do you want to go to Mars and live underground and eat synthetic food and work 10 hours a day? Like an ant or a bee? Can I be a queen bee? I mean, that's what the AI is going to do, so I don't know. Dang it. Right? The AI always takes the cool jobs. Okay, so I think I put C ranks here now, though, so I can just go on to Las Vegas, right? Nighttime C, daytime C. Yep, okay. The future, but Sword Art Online, like, gamers are real? Imagine if gamers were real, that would be crazy. I don't know, Gun Gale Online is better, though. I wonder if we're ever gonna get there with VR. I still prefer AR to VR. think I'm a Tarasu that gamers aren't real. Imagine if gamers were real. Imagine if the world were like Blade Runner and San Francisco existed. It's terrifying. What would you do? Ah, there's a cutscene. Say, that's Flint over there. Shall we make an appearance then? Hey, it's Sen and Toradora. You can't keep making us wait like this. I'm about to give my star performance, so where you been, slacker? That special match you were talking about, is that starting here and now? Well, duh, weren't you guys listening? I mean, you didn't tell me where the match was. You never said when, or where. Iskier's right, I checked my logs of our last conversation and none of us told Zen the time or date, or location. What? No way. This is big news. We talked about everything. How could we leave that vital info out? He's a little shook up. I can't believe we missed something in all that chatter. Bah, no wonder they weren't coming. And we worked so hard to get all our friends to root for us. Us and our big mouths. You're such an idiot. Look, coincident or not, Sen's here. But you can't get in without a ticket. Actually, since no one was coming, I gave the tickets to some passerbys. Well, how much did you at least sell them? How much did you get? What? But Sen can't see the match without the ticket. Sergeant's right, and it was such a good opportunity for us to show him Lynx's technique up close and personal, too. I mean... I'm sorry, I just wasn't thinking. Okay, but how much did you get? Can we split the money? Never mind all that. How much did you sell the tickets for? Embryo's faulty judgment was a mistake in calculation on my part. I didn't take change into account. I'm sorry, Sen. I'm so sorry, said Toradora. I'm the one who told you to come and root for us, too. Bro, I'm telling you, it's fine. Just give me half the money. Oh well, unfortunately, they can't watch the match because our team screwed up. Sen, go fight your own rumble. I'll let you know tomorrow how this match turned out. Don't worry, Sen. If a miracle happens and Flint beats Boogeyman, you'll hear it from me first. If... Ouch. Really, Sen, I'm so sorry. See you tomorrow. I'll be at Hardwired. I can't apologize enough. Please don't blame Embryo, okay? It's gotten kind of gloomy around here, but it'll get better when I beat Boogeyman. Party tomorrow, Sen. See you. I feel like Bro is gonna get murdered. Check out the headline news tomorrow and good luck. Man, that movie the other day was really good. I was thinking about the Attack of the Giant Teacher movie. That was such a good B-movie, but the premise of it is really funny because it reminds me of, have you ever seen those memes where it's like aliens destroying the Earth and it's like, what would you do in this situation? The premise of Attack of the Giant Teacher is literally that. Like, it's literally like aliens are destroying the Earth. What will he do? And Bro just steps in and handles it. It's so awesome. Maybe getting an S was better than I thought, actually. Maybe I have to change my opinion about that guy. Who made that? We will kill the alien. Yeah, that's what Bro would just step in. If it was him, he would just take care of it, is the thing. He would simply step in. He would step in. It's that easy. Oh wait, shit, I think I forgot to fix my chip. Well, it'll be fine. Like Half-Life? No, I mean, it didn't really go that well in Half-Life. The Combine sort of took over. I think so much. Did anyone else see the video? There was a guy who was exploring the tunnels underneath like Assad's palace when like the Syrian government collapsed, and at some point in the video he literally says, "Wow, this is like Half-Life 2." Oh my god, it's crazy. I love that dude. He's just like me. Like it's just a video of the guy like lost in the tunnels underneath the palace. He's like, man, this is just like back, you know, obviously he says it in Arabic or whatever. But he's like, this is just like exploring Black Mesa. I mean, no, he was right. He was cooking. He was on point. He knew exactly what he was talking about. I would probably say the same shit, right? Right? Because it is. There's knowing about Half-Life. I mean, I don't know what the gaming situation is like in Syria per se, but they apparently do know about Half-Life. Damn, I'm getting killed. Okay, I got some health back. Let me leave, actually. I don't think I can take this guy. No, apparently there are gamers in Syria who have played Half-Life 2. I don't know, it's always surprising how stuff like that is popular in certain parts of the world. Like Mecha anime is really big in Saudi Arabia, and they have like a big-ass statue of Grizzenter in the middle of some town. Man, I gotta go to Riyadh. I gotta go to Riyadh and see like their Evangelion stuff. Incoming call from Sin. No miracles. Meet me at Hardwired. I got stuff to do. But yeah, mecha anime is super popular in Saudi Arabia. They like Gundam, they like Evangelion, they like all the Mazinger stuff. They literally, like, one of the princes had like one of the I forget which one. It wasn't like Gonagai or anybody, it was somebody more obscure, but they had like a mecha artist like like come to Saudi Arabia like to do an event to celebrate his show from like the 80s. That's so fucking awesome. If only America liked anime. You know, like mecha anime takes off in Saudi Arabia, but we can't, you know, you can't even get a good version of Saint Seiya here. I'll never forgive. I'll never let it go that Saint Seiya failed here. Because it was just punk rock. It was punk rock and wrestling. Like, it was, like, Saint Seiya is perfect for America. How did they fuck that up? So how did the fight go? There you are, Sen and Toradora. I was just talking about that match. Frankly, it looked pretty gay. Yeah. I mean, it... do you not know about punk rock aesthetics? I mean, it was gay. That's like, it's... it's like a contagion. Saint Seiya kicked off like yaoi. A big part of, that whole like Funjoshi culture dates back to Saint Seiya and Andromeda Shun. There's a lot of good anime that be gayed over here, and we keep fumbling the bag. It's crazy. They fucked up Mazinger, they fucked up Saint Seiya. We couldn't get Metal Heroes to take off here. Although I can't be mad at Saban. He did give us Digimon and Pokemon. Well, I can be mad at Saban for different reasons, but like... He was just kind of shotgunning to see what would stick. He wasn't really... It wasn't really a thoughtful enough approach that I could be mad at him for any particular show failing. It's more just there's other things about him I don't like, but that's neither here nor there. Be grateful you didn't have tickets. That lame-o event was so humiliating. Oh, that bad, huh? Skyn's absolutely right. We went dead pale when he turned tail in the middle of the match. Bro fumbled? Bro fumbled that hard? Come on, Skyn, Sergeant. Flint tried his best. Skill issue, honestly. He was spinning like a top. I can't disagree with that, actually. From where I was looking, it should look like all he was doing was spinning around. Oh, that's rough. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding you. How was the fight, Flint? Frankly, there are regrets of mine with anime taking off in the mainstream. I mean, my problem is that nobody likes good anime. Mainstream anime, like, I don't want to, like, I don't just hate stuff because it's popular. Like, I've read all of Bleach and Naruto. Like, I don't want to disrespect it. It's not that those are bad. It's that there's better anime that people just don't watch. And it's like, we had everything. We had the grounds to do it. I mean, fucking Sailor Moon was popular here. Why don't we get... Where's Cutie Honey? Why isn't Cutie Honey popular in America? It's so easy. No one understands you. People just don't know. It's not that they don't understand. They're not stupid, they just don't know anything. Well, to put it simply, first he stayed next to the gate, ready to go forth, and Pokemon just waited, playing gatekeeper. So Flint moves into a hail of bullets. He had his repulsion shield up, of course. Usually that's when you run away. But Flint panicked, stayed glued to the spot, and started... Oh, he didn't move. Cutie Honey was too risque at the time? Yeah, but, like, where's Cutie Honey now? They gotta start bringing over Cutie Honey, like, now. It would work. Put fucking Hideaki Anno's Cutie Honey movie in theaters now. There's too much content. There's not enough content. They need to make more Cutie Honey. But Flint panicked, stayed glued to the spot, and started looking for Bogeyman. So here's Bogeyman's prey, just turning around. He waited for Flint's shield to go down and opened fire right into his back. The back shots! That's rough. They'd been out of the gate for a total of 17 seconds. Not even enough time to crack a smile. I've never felt this defeated before. Scratch that. I've never felt this bitter before. I have to be picky on what is spent watching. Watch Moomins. It's good. It was so funny when that Moomins game came out. Like the recent one on Steam. What is that one even called? But it was weird that it was popular because I didn't know people knew about Moomins. Watch Moomins and Pingu in the City. That's peak anime. Unironically, in some regards. So that's what the usually talkative Flint and Rock are strangely quiet today. Oh, that's rough, buddy. You'll get him next time. And I don't like when chatterboxes are so quiet. Hey, Rock, Flint, say something. Why are they just bullying these two? That's crazy. In this case, I'm watching you. Red rum. Oh, did Bro get murdered? That's a little fucked up, actually. What the? Is this line noise? Flint, say something, come on. This isn't line noise. Rock, do you hear that? What's going on? Red rum. Trick or treat. Oh, Bro got murdered? That's crazy. The connection dropped? But why? I'm going to Flint's apartment. Hope he's not wrapped up in anything too ugly. I got some bad news for you. Eric, why's he gotta make us worry? I'm out of here. Catch you later, okay? Dang. Okay, free class. But yeah, that's... It really does stick out in my mind. I don't think American weebs watch enough magical girl stuff. That's like fundamentally the biggest problem in some ways. I don't know, I feel like too many anime fans are tryhards. Like, so many fans of Gundam have watched Gundam Wing and haven't watched fucking, like, NESD Gundam stuff. They don't know. They don't know how it is. Everything could have been different if they put the second, the second half of the SD Gundam anime on. That would have changed everything. That was such an interesting anime at the time. It was so weird for them to go to it for a full 3D anime back then. In some ways, it wasn't very good, but I like that anime personally. I still gotta check out GQX. So I trust Dano. I'm sure it'll be good. Was that all the targets up here? I think so, right? Shitty 3D anime walked so current 3D anime could run. I don't know, maybe they just gotta remake some stuff. There was a lot of like there's even more recent stuff, there was a lot of like 3D anime that struggled. Like I think about Knights of Sidonia. Cause what's that mangaka's name? His stuff is so good though, cause he also made like Blame and all that. Country of Dolls. Biomega. They should make it. Did they ever make a Biomega anime? Huge miss if they didn't. But they're getting there with 3D. No Biomega yet? They made Kana an original, I think? They did do that, like, short thing for Blame. Though I don't think they can make all of Blame. Honestly, that's the better way to do it. They should just, like, make, like, a Blame anime that's, like, a condensed... that's, like, one story every now and then. I feel like if you made, like, a whole Blame anime, it's like, the whole manga back to front, that's, like, missing the point entirely. Not that they would ever get that, because it would be 13 episodes long. So I don't think you could do that, but like, I don't know, it's just not really that kind of story in the first place. In some ways, Blame as a story works better the less you know about the main character. Yeah, but they did... Knights of Sidonia, it really struggled in some ways with the 3D, but I thought it was pretty good overall. Damn, 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 I'm getting killed. Man, let me get out of here, actually. Before I die. I gotta transfer this chip soon. Sidonia is nearly a decade old now, though. It's pretty good for its time. I mean, almost. That came out in, like, 2017, right? Something like that. Maybe it was later than that. Trick or treat. 8 little jacks in Haven. 4 little jacks were drawn up to heaven. 4 little jacks all went a rubbling. Jack 33 left the Haven and went to tumbling. Saucy Jack. P.S. Now the real fun starts. I've got tons of drugs, ha ha ha. Sidonia no Kishi had some cool sci-fi ideas. I love how the colony ship is just a fucking, like, big-ass Pillar of Autumn type thing with, like... it has, like, an ocean and, like, an ice shell around it. Today's HBC headline news has arrived. I got a bad feeling about this. I mean, I kind of know what to expect. Bro's dead. Time for day 47. HBC headline news. There is now a 4th victim in the Haven murders, plus a note from the killer. This latest murder took place in an apartment in Bergen County, New Jersey. What the hell? Pretty the Edgewater, man, that's fucking crazy to hear. Well, jeez. That's a little too close to home. The deceased is pro rumbler Donald McCarthy, 24, also known as Flint. Joyzy mentioned, yeah, I know where this is. That's crazy. Fucking out in Bergen County. He was at home when connected to Haven, and tests revealed the same muscle relaxation in his bloodstream. A day before his death, McCarthy participated in a match with Bogeyman. He gave a highly skilled performance. Wow, you don't have to... I mean, I appreciate them gassing him up like that, but apparently it wasn't that good. Now, a look at the anonymous note left on an internet site immediately after McCarthy's murder. A person or persons hacked into several rumbling-related sites and changed their content. Kira, whose site was among the vandalized, says the message was left behind apparently referred to the Haven serial murders. Trick or treat, 8 Little Jacks in Haven, 4 Little Jacks were drawn up to heaven. 4 Little Jacks all went to rumbling. Jack 33 left the Haven and went to tumbling. Saucy Jack. Saucy Jackie doesn't really sound like a serial killer name, so it sounds a little like something else, but you know. P.S. Now the real fun starts. I've got tons of drugs, ha ha ha. The ICPO task force created to investigate these murders believes the intruder possesses excellent cracking skills. Cracking means that when he gets into the mainframe, he says, "I'm in." Furthermore, as the intruder referred to unpublicized murders before Hot Rods in the message he or she wrote, it is likely that he or she is connected to the murders in some way. Access logs are now being investigated. Hey there, Sen. Toradora. Have you, read the headline news? Yes, we just finished. I'm no great talker, so I don't know how to say this, but this murder is so real that it just seems so unreal, you know? I understand it in my head, but not in my heart, and probably everyone in God Mode feels the same. That's rough, buddy. And Sen, we're taking a break from rumbling for a while. Yeah, that makes sense. Step back a little bit. Lynx has some engagements, so he can't drop out, but Sen, Sky, and I have had enough. We need a vacation. I see. It's probably for the best. That's what I came to tell you. See you, Sen, Toradora. We may not see you for a while, but don't forget us. I'll be off now. Thanks for the yaps. Good day. Yeah, see you later. Have a nice day. There goes Embryo. This will be tough, but we can do it. What does the schedule look like? I'm not sure if I can take the A ranker here. I feel like if I can get close enough and get the drop on him, I might be able to take him, but I don't know. These missiles take my health pretty quickly. For now, let me go patch up my chip. It's getting pretty big up. I need to transfer it soon. How much does transferring cost? 80,000, gee. It's a lot. It's hard to make and hold money in this game. Guess you lose it all with one loss. It's just like gambling, really. I think it's C now and then D. Okay, so let's go to D. And we'll get some money there. I wonder if he's killing people, like, did he actually go to that guy's apartment and kill him, or is he killing him with the system somehow? I don't know how he would administer the drugs then. But maybe it's a dot hack like situation. Or Sword Art Online. If you die in the game, you die for real. I guess that's not really what those were like. That was more direct, that you could get one to affect the other. Okay, let's break all the targets. Okay. This one, that one, and there's two over here. That one. And the one above this. And that's basically all of them. But yeah, I'm still thinking, what if Yamazaki put aliens in? What if we got like a real ass like Showa type Godzilla plot? Would be, I mean, you kind of need it in some regards, because to get like some of the kaiju are like explicitly aliens, like King Ghidorah. Although he just kind of shows up on his own. What if we went back to like an old school Mecha Godzilla? That would be cool to see. The kaiju I'd still like to see the most are like Biollante and Megaguirus. A lot of the ones, or even like Space Godzilla, a lot of the ones that just had like one movie. There's like a lot of good ones in like the even like Orga and stuff. There's a lot of kaiju in like the Heisei and Millennium era who are pretty cool, but only show up once ever. Not Destroyer though. That guy's a fraud. He gets gassed up too much. I don't dislike Destroyer. I feel like he's not as cool as people act like he is. Answer me these radio 3 or it'll be the Cumdor for thy friends and thee. Oh no. Hello Zell, good morning. How are you? Shit, I'm low in health. Probably just take my money and leave. Oh, I get my health back. Okay, I'll stick it out. Riddle 1. Do I like cats? Probably. Do you have a beast in your house? Cutie. Man, Sabot was showing me her cats before. They're pretty cute. Riddle 2, should you pet the cat? Yes. Riddle 3, why is the cat screaming? Why wouldn't the cat be screaming? If you were smart, you'd be doing the same thing. Alright, I should get out of here before the ranker kills me. I don't need to deal with all that. Should you form every mortal possession, including your life, to said cat? Well, I mean, what would he do with your life? It's just a kibdi. The answer to that is obvious, yes. I see, I see. I still need like 40,000 more. Do I have anything to sell besides the stock? I need money. But how's your day going, Zell? I've just been rambling about technology and science fiction. In other words, I have been petting my cat non-stop for 3 days, and I have gained the dopamine necessary to last a week. Kibdi. I see. You do have a beast in your house. Yeah, no, just the stock. You still, you fool, I have 2. Oh no, they're multiplying. They're through cellular division. Oh, I could sell this thing. I didn't really care for this rocket launcher. Well, I'll hold on to it for now. Till I actually need to replace my chip. Personally, I would get a 3rd one and a 4th one and a 5th. Then, no, that's the toxoplasmosis talking. I don't know that you need that many beasts in your house. My uncle, their dog just had puppies. They're so small. Ooh, bloopy. Bloopy. What's the challenge here? 2, 3, 4, and 6 wheeled mechs. Does my mech count as wheeled if it just has the, like, roller skates? I guess that's 2 wheeled, right? Oh yeah, it does count. Let's go. But yeah, jokes aside, for some reason, sleeping with my cat on the bed made me feel strangely good. I mean, you say dopamine, but that actually does happen. I mean, at least there's been studies that show, like, petting dogs does, like, give you good brain chemicals. I assume it's the same for cats. Why am I getting jumped so hard? I just walked out the door, jeez. Lay off. Never not being shot. Okay. Got my health back. Oh yeah. I guess that is what I'll be, an uncle who suffers from severe disease of being a cat person. I mean, sometimes you need to have a beast in your house. Just the way things are. Damn, I missed all those shots. Hold on. There we go. Eh. Where am I being shot from? More ammo. Man, this guy's terrible. Ah. Okay. I do wish I could keep a pet in my apartment. But they don't allow pets here. Also, I just wouldn't have time for it. I wouldn't be responsible. But I do like animals. Ah. Okay, I'm getting killed, so let me bail with the money I have, actually. Stretch. I do complain about when anime is popular and stuff, but anime fans are eating good recently. We got a new Gundam, we got a new Aquarion. Although I'm still not sure. I gotta watch that and decide how I feel about it. We have Daima. Daima is crazy good. Dragon Ball Daima. I'll never be the same without Toriyama, but that's a different issue altogether. In many ways. Here, wait. Maybe I should switch to... I kind of want to switch to that other mech, but I want another laser first. Although I think it would be too heavy. Mirai, hello. Are you not from the USA? Wild time to go live? I can go live in the morning. I am from the USA. Good morning, how are you? Wondering if they have... No. Really sleepy? Stayed up way too late? Oh no. Sleep is important. Happy to finally catch you live though. Yeah, I'm happy to see you. I've just been yapping about technology and nonsense for a while. The main thing I've been yapping about is, I was listening to an old radio drama from like the 50s that was like science fiction, and it has a line about like, with these like new amazing computing machines, and they're talking about computers because they didn't have computers at the time. That was like a science fiction idea, and something about that is just really charming to me. Just like the idea of like science fiction concepts that are just real now, and the way they sort of viewed them. Chion Shirakawa, hello, welcome in. I haven't replaced one of the chips. My bestie is also really into sci-fi stuff. He'd enjoy hearing you talk about it. Ah, welcome in. Thanks for the recommendation. Yeah, I've been like reading like old philosophy stuff about technology, like Yaqua's Yule, and I've been reading a lot of old sci-fi, mostly through audiobooks. I don't know why some people have an aversion to audiobooks, because, like, I'm also listening to radio drama. So, like, I don't even see the distinction. Like, if I listen to Dimension X and it's like a Ray Bradbury story, what's the difference between that and an audiobook of Fahrenheit 451? Like, it's... what fundamentally is the difference? What's that whole quote from the professor from Faber about how, like, it's not the books you want, it's the things that it's the things that are in books. It's about, like, truth and emotion and all that. Like, it's... I don't know. I've seen that sentiment every now and then online about how people are like... There's, like, actually a debate whether, like, audiobooks or reading. It's like, do you get... If you get the same amount... It's like... It's so stupid because, like... Didn't we already have this discussion about, like, the like the difference between watching a movie and reading a book? Like, it's the same story by different means. It's different versions of the same story. Behold, the bestie and shameless pug. We may interest you in sign in for one sci-fi. Yep, and get a free. We have a Discord. Oh yeah, let me get the Discord link. I keep meaning to pen that, like, every time, but I forget often. I'm a forgetful man. Generate new link. Here, Zell, could you pin that until the end of stream? Does it let you pin things? Debate is whether it activates the same part of the brain. Well, that might be interesting. That might be an interesting way to look at it, but I just think, like, fundamentally, like... I feel like you get the same things out of, like, experiencing a story, whether you read the book, you listen to an audiobook, or you watch a movie. Like, it's... Stories... You know, fiction is about conveying a message. It's about discussing ideas. Well, it's about a lot of things, but it's like... I don't think necessarily you get less from a story because you hear it as an audiobook. Other than learning preference? Not true through Merble, I think. Weird. Oh, well, let me just pin it. I might have to adjust the mod. I don't know how to use Twitch. I might have to adjust, like, the mod settings. Mod on mobile, devoted as fuck. I respect it. Yeah, I appreciate it, Zolko. I think it's my app. The Twitch app is kind of bad, actually. Oops. I did that wrong. Hold on. Pin this message. Until end of stream. There we go. Twitch app is garbage. You probably can't. They literally, like, rolled back the app recently. I can't remember exactly when, but they made a bunch of changes and the app got really bad really quickly, and then they rolled basically all of them back. And it's still bad, but it's like, it's more bad in the ways that I'm used to. It's more bad in the ways that it usually is, instead of newfangled ways that I don't like. Ah, shit. Okay. Maybe this rank is too hard for me. Hold on. Let me run that back. Immediately taking way too much damage. I need to get the laser for the other mech. Jeez, he took 200 damage from just that. Oof. That's fine. I should have been checking the schedule more closely. But it's like, you know, I feel like fundamentally you can engage with the story and the ideas it presents and the characters and all that, regardless of form. Because, you know, a book, an audiobook, a video game, a movie, there's lots of ways to tell a story. And And I'm sure they're all different, but I don't necessarily think one is better than the other. I'm getting nostalgia flashbacks how much I love the chip functionalities in the first game. The first game was so crazy about that. It was crazy that, like, I feel like you could put most people in the first game into two camps where, like, half of them, they had, like, like, it was Laika. Or it was Kudaravika. But, you know, Laika is the dog's real name and the whole Russian thing. But, like, half of the characters in the original game were in a situation where their chip just, like, openly hated them and shitted on them. It gave them a hard time. Or they were just, like, dating their chip. That was so real. That was, like, such a... that was such a different pull. Like, they really understood. In some ways, they understood the whole concept better than, like, Battle Network. Although some people were kind of weird with their net navies in Battle Network. Maybe Capcom is just not brave enough to do that. But yeah. I would say of the two, I would kind of... Like, this game has stuff going for it, but if I had to pick, like, just between the two, I still think I'd go with Phantom Crash. There's a lot of, like... QOL stuff this game does different, like quality of life, that it's just like kind of frustrating. I don't know. I like both games. I like this as a sequel to the first game, but if I was just gonna play a game just to play it, I would probably just play Phantom Crash again. But I do want to see the story is going. I'm interested. There's like a serial killer murder mystery type of thing going on. But I do kind of wish, like... I wish, like, old science fiction writers were still around, like, from the 50s and 60s and 70s, so they could tackle, like, newer science fiction concepts. Though I guess it wouldn't quite be the same. Because, I mean, their perspective would be redefined by, like... I wish you could go back and, like, sit a science fiction... You could sit, like, Asimov or Ray Bradbury or somebody down and, like, explain to them stuff about, like, new technology, about the internet and everything. Because I just want to know what they would think of it. And explain to them about, like, VR. But yeah, the chip in the first game that the final boss has is called Kudaravika, which is a reference to the dogs the Russians shot into space, which was actually a Moscow stray named Laika. They renamed it for, like, the project. And Pavlov was a different guy. That was just he's like a behavioral psychologist. Well, it helps it was a lot easier to write and draw and come up with images back then. Well, that's true. I'm just, like, I'm interested how they would picture, like, a virtual world or, like, using an avatar to represent yourself in, like, VR chat. Like, I don't want them to actually know about it. I kind of want to know what sci-fi stories they would come up with if they knew about, like, newer technologies. if you could tell them about, like, cell phones and stuff, what would they think about it? You inadvertently made it so I need to rewatch the three-body problem again. The mention of VR got me there. I always wonder about VR, if that'll go anywhere. I still prefer AR. I still say AR is better. I feel like, theoretically, if you could make, like, real standalone AR devices, like, you know, Google Glasses and that kind of garbage, but it actually works. Like a pass-through device that doesn't look stupid and isn't heavy to wear on your head, you could actually replace, like, cell phones. The interface needs to work for VR? Yeah, that's true. VR has stuff going for it. I just feel like AR is more practical. Like, you could... It's just sort of a design philosophy thing. I feel like there's more... It's more worthwhile in the long term, in principle, to like innovate on the world to make the world better rather than to like try to create a virtual world. There will always be strict limitations on making a virtual reality that like I feel like augmented reality doesn't quite have the same limits because you already have a lot to work with. Good AR would be, yeah, I feel like it's crazy that like I mean people are trying to do it. Any device can be an AR device with enough drugs. That's true. But I fundamentally think if somebody could actually figure out AR, which I don't think we're actually close to, but if you could have like a real standalone AR device, you could replace cell phones. Like smartphones would go out in the same way that like smartphones overtook like dumb phones. Like a standalone AR device that's actually good to carry around could totally change things. I gotta play more. I gotta go back to what's the Star Force, the Mega Man games after Battle Network. I should play more of those because it kind of has what I'm thinking about. The issue is processing power and battery. Yeah, that is sort of the problem. I mean, it's also like the camera systems. It like you can't really make a device that you can carry around like that. You know, that's why even with it being attached to your phone, it's still like it's any of these things is still like a big fucking thing you wear on your head. You play like Ring of Red? No, what's that? If people sink into the AR, that means I'll get a phone that is good as fuck for virtually anything. I always think about that as like maybe I want technology to develop in certain ways that aren't good or like that are different just to get other benefits. Like I think about that with like AI and how they're investing so much into data centers and power infrastructure and like nuclear power. It's like once this bubble crashes and we stop following this tech trend, like maybe things will actually be kind of good. Maybe in certain ways. This could end up being good. Oh shit, I gotta get out of here before that guy kills me. One of my lecturers was a pioneer in this kind of stuff. Ooh, neat. He made an early AR device that displayed ancient Roman temples as they would have been in the fields of the 1st century. That sounds awesome. PS2 mech game, it's semi-RTS, semi-turn-based strategy. Ooh, I do like turn-based strategy games. Personal fan line, I thought you might know it since you're into Phantom Crash. I'll look it up. Ring of Red. I'm gonna write that down somewhere. Let me pull up Notepad. I feel kind of bad because, like, one of my, like, main professors when I was still in school, like, learning computer science and computer engineering, he was, like, super into medical informatics, and he was doing, like, interesting stuff. Like, he was pioneering when they were using, like, Watson to do health interviews and telemedicine stuff. And it's, like, it was really cool, but I just wasn't particularly interested. Like, I was kind of interested a little bit, but I wasn't really planning to do anything with that. He was doing cool stuff, though. Broadly, I was interested and found it cool. But in particular, it was sort of outside of my wheelhouse. So I've always been more hardware-minded than software. Okay, let me fix the... I remember talking with a 40-something lady and got into a conversation about satellite launching. I do think about, like, low-orbit satellites and shortwave radio a lot. I don't know if you've ever heard of, like, the Othernet project? Or what did they used to call that? It had a different name before. But it's like a version of the internet that, like, downloads on, like, periodically instead of constantly being connected, because they just have, like, small satellites. It's one of those more obscure things like Hamnet. Like, it's not really used, so it's not practical. But as an idea, it's cool. She ended up talking my ear off. She was a rocket scientist. She was so excited, but unfortunately I didn't understand most of what she was saying. Yeah, I kind of feel like that about my professor. He's like the idea of it was neat. It's just not really my thing. So it's like, it's cool to hear him talk about it, but I don't really get it. We have our smart friend, Gorbachev. Yeah. I've been using this as a more general purpose chip, but I still have Gorbachev in that kit. But yeah, this is how chips mostly work this time. You gotta, like, fix them. I kind of don't like how they're not attached to the mechs anymore. Can you check the stats anywhere? But yeah, chips like level up and get damaged in fights, and then you gotta repair them afterwards. And the more you repair them, the less like damage to their total health you get, so the less you gotta switch them out. AC free. Maybe I should spend my money so I don't lose it. Is the shop selling gold? But I do really wonder what, like... I don't know, I feel like you can't get in the right headspace to think about, like, like a retro-futurist view on modern technology. I just want to know what they would think about it all. Nothing I can really buy that would have a good sale value. Oh, let me buy this because I want it for that mech. Okay. And then I can sell it if I need the money. You know what science fiction is really good? Have you ever watched, how's that actually pronounced? The Planets anime? Planets? The one where they're, like, cleaning space junk. That's what I'm interested in terms of, like, rocket science and development. I forget how this is actually pronounced. Just copy the name. Yeah, that one. There's, like, a lot of concerns about, like, if we'll create a space junk layer that's so thick and moves so quickly that we'll just trap ourselves on Earth. But personally, what I really think about is just that it's a lot of useful resources that we're just leaving up there. I mean, some of it won't be good anymore. Most of the solar panels will be burnt out after a while, but, like, there's a lot of tech in old satellites that could be recycled and reused. It just feels like... it feels so wasteful to just leave all that crap up there. A lot of people recruited for early AI are people who are working on waifus, robotic or digital. Man, I'm so sad the Gatebox project fell off. They were really onto something. They put like a... I don't know if you remember Gatebox, it was like literally that project where the guy would have like a hologram waifu. It was like a little tube and it had like a little waifu in it and you can text it. When they brought it to America, they just put like a Second Life avatar in it, and it's just like not good. People want anime characters. The people yearn for anime. Stupid idea. What? Hit me. But yeah, we gotta build like a space elevator and orbital stations and start hoovering up all that space junk. We also have to build a base on the moon. I think so much about... A couple of years ago, Japan said that on their part of the moon, they had located a cave that would be good for a moon base. We gotta get up there. Fuck Mars. Like... I'm telling you, the moon is hollow. Like, you can just go inside of it. It's definitely hollow. The size that the moon is, it can't be like a solid object. And I want to get in there. I want to know what it's like inside the moon. Could it be the reason you get jumped is because the radar before you join the fight is actually where they are? Yeah, it does show where they are ahead of time. But a little time passes before you, like, while you're getting into the fight, so it's not super helpful. But it does, the map it gives you before you jump in is actually, like, real. Like, they are just kind of fighting before you get in. Okay, I gotta jump this guy. I gotta figure out where he is before he starts shooting missiles at me. That's just a duster. So maybe it's just a matter of you picking the wrong gate all the time? It's not really worth worrying about it. Like, that's true, but also, like... Damn it! I almost had him. That is true, but, like... People will move around while I'm spawning into the map, so it's not, you know... There's no, like, reliable way to say which is the wrong gate. Ah, I got them down to, like, a fifth of their health. I probably should have run away after taking, like, one hit. Try to get my health back and jump them again. That's the frustrating thing about the rankers being, like, slightly above what I can deal with. I feel like if I could jump them, I could take them. Okay, I gotta switch this chip out, though. Let me sell some parts and then transfer him. Also, that rocket launcher... Maybe that'll give me enough. It was like 80,000 flat. This. Oh yeah, also one of these too. And that should give me enough. But yeah, Zell, you're basically... How much does it cost to modify the Vulcans on that other one? Let's see, Edgeworks. I wonder if I should make them heavier or lighter. Probably lighter. It depends how much that decreases the damage, but I feel like having more ammo makes more sense for Vulcan guns. .27mm. So attack power down by 7, but ammo up by 1. Maybe these aren't worth modifying. Maybe it's fine the way it is. What about the laser gun? It is annoying. They have... ammo has, like, Lasers have like ammo now, which I kind of hate. Maybe I should try the C rank with that one, actually. Maybe it would be a better bet. SV hanger. One really good piece of sci-fi media. I should play that again. Maybe I should play that on stream at some point. There's a narrative-based game called The Invincible, which is based on one of what's that guy's name? Stanislaw Lem's? It's based on an old science fiction novel. Really good video game. This game's ODST and it's pretty cool. It's stuff I'm really interested for video editing. Well, I mean, the problem is a lot of this is real copyrighted music. I keep getting, I keep having to mute parts of the stream on YouTube because it's copyright struck. All the dang time. So it's like, I would be careful using... Some of this game's music is copyright free, but a lot of it isn't. So I'd be careful what you choose to use for video editing. Good choice of music overall, though. These guns are good, but I feel like they just run out of ammo too quickly. I thought the music was really interesting in Phantom Crash 1. Yeah, good choice of music. I'm sad they cut down the track list a little bit from the Japanese version, which is unfortunate. They still had a lot of good songs in there, though. But I guess there was like a licensing issue keeping everything in. The Mona Lisa storyline was also interesting. Can't remember the later bits. Conclusion, if I even got it. Well, I don't want to spoil it if you want to play it again. I did like... They have like all of Mona Lisa's songs in this game, which is nice. That was a nice story overall. Her and Kudaravika. That was actually, that's something I would say in terms of story between this game and that game. That game had just sort of more stories. Like there were like a couple of groups of characters that had their own things going on. Like that one Chinese murder kid and that lady who liked him. There was a lot of characters with different stories going on. And ultimately you kind of get sucked into like Mona Lisa's whole thing. But a lot of people had their own sort of stuff. But I feel like this one just has one main story, which is about the serial killer. Like, it has a few characters, but they're all kind of wrapped up in the same thing. While everyone was kind of more off on their own in Phantom Crash. I feel like if they had to give lasers ammo, they should have at least gotten rid of the charge system. I still need to wait for it to charge back up to 100%, but now it can run out of ammo. It's sort of the worst possible thing that could happen. That chip's Lockwith seems crazy large. Yeah, this chip is leveled up pretty good. But it's just kind of wide in one direction. I'm not really worried about looking up and down. Also, the main lock-on thing is like for missiles, which I don't have on these mechs. Although I have one missile mech. Let me switch to that actually. But yeah, as you use chips more, instead of like the thing where you pay to level up, the chips level up as you use them, and they level up based on like what you use them for. If I ever get enough platinum in Warframe to rename my clan, I might consider calling it the Mona Lisa fan club. Well, you'd have to play the music too. I mean, that's sort of tricky because you would have to explain it because, you know, this game isn't what people think of when they hear Mona Lisa. So, you know, it's a reference to something else. Chips are such a cool idea. They're like, I mean, they're sort of like net navies in this, but it's more collaborative. If anything, this, in some ways, the chips do the net navy bit, like, better because they're not as separated as in, like, Mega Man Battle Network. Missiles. I mean, I could also have an F-Go reference, given one of the main recurring villains is Da Vinci. Why would Da Vinci be a villain? Why do they gotta do that to my man? He was a good person. He just helped Borgia, who was a terrible person, but that's not really his fault. No. Yeah, I mean, in Fate, they made him a villain. Is that not what you said? Going to sleep while working, Oyasumi? Yeah, get some good rest. Sleep is important. She's one of the good guys? Oh, main recurring character. I don't know why I read villain. That's a weird brain moment. Speaking of people who are thinking of... Speaking of science fiction... Man, I still think of, like, all of Da Vinci's weird journals where he was, like, thinking about tanks and airplanes and shit. Those are so cool. Man, it was crazy the stuff he was coming up with. The one they made a villain was Cagliostro and fucking Columbus. Well, Columbus is a villain. Columbus was a terrible person. Listen, I respect what Christopher Columbus contributed to the history of America, but he was not a good person. to be clear. You know, he wrote journals, there's accounts of him and things he said. He was not a good person. You know, his journey to America and that, it was important for various reasons. But, you know, that doesn't change anything. He kind of deserves to be seen as a villain. Did they ever run back? They had, what's his name? Wasn't one of the casters that guy who, was crazy about Joan of Arc? Did they ever actually meet? Does the Fate have Joan of Arc? Like, did they run that back? Or was it not him? Who was the caster in, Fate Zero? Then again, Agartha as a story was a fucking dumpster fire. I'm not that familiar with Fate to know. Gilda, yeah. Did he ever meet Mona Lisa? Did he ever meet Joan of Arc? Like, that would be the bit, wouldn't it? Like, they had King Arthur fight, Lancelot. Like, that was the whole... I mean, I don't know how much you know about Gilda Reyes, but it would make sense if he could... The reason he's a psychopath and a serial killer and... like cannibal and all sorts of things is because he was very weird about Joan of Arc. That's the whole thing to explain, honestly. We haven't been supposed to capture and to savor him getting pre-mindfucked by Printilal. Yeah, but did he ever meet Joan of Arc is the question. Because that, as far as like historical characters meeting each other and having him in a story, that would be the main thing. Because he didn't really know Joan of Arc that well, but he was, like, obsessed with her. It was a whole thing. Maybe I should bring this one in and try to, like, out-missile him. I'm thinking of switching mechs to deal with this C ranker, but I don't know which one would be better. I guess I could try both. Yeah? Wow, how did that go? They also meet in Drifters. I gotta check back in on Drifters. Wonder if that got anywhere. I love that mangaka. First chapter of the game of post tutorial is literally his caster running selling Jelter. You're gonna have to like unjargon that a little bit for me. I don't know Fate stuff that well. I've watched Stay Night and Zero, and that's kind of it. Gene Alter. Ah. Oh right, I have seen Gene and Fate. I mean, how did it go over well? Did he get what he wanted out of that? It's so funny that is a funny bit they do in Fate where the caster can like participate in the summoning war because they're also a wizard. That is a funny subversion of the setting. No, he kicked his ass. He deserves it. Now she is a panda. Okay, when's the next C rank? 3. I guess I'll try the missile one here, and if it's not viable, I'll switch to the one with the laser and the Vulcans. Well, let's just do free rank for now. The main problem with these other two mechs is that they run out of ammo too fast, but that's kind of the problem I have with all of them. We're talking like early as fuck story, so yeah, you get Scarp Stomp fairly quickly. It's not really useful to see like how things go in free rank because it's too hard to tell what like level anybody in particular is at. Give me ammo. Yeah, that's just getting stuck in that spot. Some kind of pathfinding problem. Dude, this person is probably like a C ranker, or maybe a B ranker. Low B, high C. Okay, let me bail. I feel like this mech can operate in C rank, just not for very long. It has good stealth, and the missiles do enough damage, but in a projected fight, I'll just run out of them. Cannot wait for the 4th ordeal call because it's going to be set in Italy and we need post-Roman servants. Do they have American servants? Like, is George Washington in that? Is Thomas Edison there? I feel like I've seen a few Americans. I'm not super familiar with Fate stuff. Actually, I feel like once you start getting into US presidents, like imagine you had Eisenhower as a Fate servant, that would get crazy. Fucking Ronald Reagan. They should put Ronald Reagan in Fate. It would be funny as hell. Anyhow, you mentioned Edison. I mean, Edison is the guy. Has actually in Fate, in a Fate story, has Edison met Tesla? Because that would be really funny. Check DMs. Oh, okay. We're on Discord? I don't see it. It's so funny how you mentioned that. Well, I mean, that was a real thing in real life. Those two hated each other. Bro's a furry. That's crazy. Cast your class started in April, son. But yeah, that's a real thing in real life. It was sort of a funny... I really like... I'm not too much of a history buff, but I like stuff like that. That's why I like Da Vinci's story, because he meets up with Machiavelli and Cesare Borgia. Like, it's sort of... With, like, notable historical figures, it's interesting how they interact with each other. That's sort of history that actually does interest me. Edison and Tesla hating each other's guts. Edison and Tesla did meet up, and in most events, it was them having their usual squabbles based. Maybe Fate is really good, actually. But yeah, I'm not too into history. I like certain parts of history are really interesting to me. But I struggled a bit with history in school, not too much, but like generally, because ADHD brain, it's kind of hard to focus on. A lot of history is not really engaging, I would say. Look, as much as they meme Fate, Nasu knows his shit. I mean, I kind of respect it, like... I don't know, I feel like Fate is kind of a take it or leave it thing, but, like, I feel like Fate is the kind of thing where Nasu himself probably likes it, you know what I mean? Like, bro's just doing what he wants. Whether or not you as a viewer, or you as a reader, as somebody playing the games or the visual novels like it, that's sort of more subjective, but I feel like bro is making the kind of story and characters that he wants. And I can respect that. Okay, let's see how this does in C rank. Have you actually read Drifters? It's by the Helsing author. It's not really similar, but it has a somewhat similar it's similar in that the premise is that it's like historical characters having like a fantasy-esque battle. Drifters is like an isekai by the Helsing Ultimate author, where like various historical characters who have died throughout history all get sent to the same fantasy world. A lot of them as... It's not really clear what the distinction is. Like, so there's bad ones called Ends that are, like, died in really tragic ways and become villains. Like, Joan of Arc is one because, you know, she was burned to death. And a lot of the Ends are like that. And then it's not really clear what makes somebody a drifter, because there's a pretty large variety. And it's a cool setup because the Ends actually get like magical powers based on their life. Like Joan of Arc, because she was burned at the stake, she has like pyromancy. But the drifters are just kind of the same as they were in real life, and they like they start like bringing like military technology to the fantasy world. They have to like reinvent firearms and stuff. Does Amakusa end up being an end too? I'm not I'm not super up to date on who's who and where everyone is. The main, like, characters are, like, Nobunaga Oda, Tomohisa. Who's the one from the Genpei Wars? There's, like, 3 Japanese people. they have, like, Billy the Kid and Sundance from the Wild Bunch. They have, like, a fucking Japanese soldier. That guy's funny as hell. And they have Scipio Africanus and Hannibal, which is funny, from Rome. Except they're really old. But yeah, it's a similar setup in that it's like, it's sort of like various historical characters brought into like a magical battle. It broadly has certain parallels in the premise. It's crazy as hell. I'm like, everyone's pretty sure they know who the main villain is, which is a crazy pull. Crazy thing to say, honestly. Shit, I'm getting killed. I can't stealth because I'm stunned. Wait, let me do the math here. So if all 6 of these get 30, that's 180. Which leaves 240 divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, how many still there on this? 4, 8, 10. I'll have to see what the max level is for these skills. But I think that 410 is actually based on what all his max amounts are. Because I didn't know that this would max out at 30, but now I'm thinking that, like... That means I probably don't have to, like, specialize chips, because it'll just... the particular skills I level up more will eventually just hit max. I can switch to a different fighting style to level up other things. But yeah, I gotta organize my thoughts about Nisei. If I can read fantasy adventure over and over and over again, I'd be okay with repeats in tournament arc anime. I mean, I like tournaments. I get why, you know... I like Yu Yu Hakusho. I get it. I mean, tournaments are cool because you can just... It's just an easy, like, story mechanism to force interesting fights. What was the one DBZ movie that makes Tien fight Future Trunks? Like, it's that kind of shit. It's just like a clear justification to set up fights. Which is just really nice. It's a little lazy in some ways, but it's kind of cool. Yeah, I think I should switch to the other mech, though. Oh, wait, I can't do that here. I don't have to go to the thing. In some ways, I feel like some of those authors missed the point. Not really. The Yu Yu Hakusho kind of is the same way. Like, the tournaments have, like, a clear purpose in advancing the plot. Kinnikuman was like that, too. I feel like some tournaments are just thrown in. Weirdly, Hunter x Hunter had that. It was when they got to that tower. That felt really arbitrary. I guess that was just sort of a sideshow to them learning Nen incorrectly. Which is a whole other thing. Yeah, but the thing is, Yu Yu Hakusho and Kinnikuman doesn't make the tournaments their full 100% focus, do they? Yu Yu Hakusho kind of does, but there's, like, reason... It's justified in the story. Like, the tournament does sort of, like, overtake everything the 2 times that happens. But it makes sense that it would. And, like, that it is part of an overarching story, like, you know, he's on a detective case. I mean, he's basically hunting Toguro. And Kinnikuman, it was the same way. Like, it ties into the overarching story, so it's fine. I feel like some tournaments are just thrown in very haphazardly. The one in My Hero Academy comes to mind, but that's the that's the least of My Hero Academy's problems. My Hero Academia. I don't want to shit on it too much, but I just think of stuff like Tiger and Bunny. Like, that premise can be so good. And even the premise, like, specifically of it. Like, they really should have just let Deku not have powers. That would have changed everything. They had locked in. Then again, I can't speak fully. Do only have to watch the anime where Kid Muscle is. And yeah, it's Nisei. I finished reading that manga recently. It was shorter than I thought it would be. I mean, I guess I knew how many chapters it would be. It's just, I wasn't paying attention to the chapter count when reading, so it just, like, ended before, like, more abruptly than I was expecting, I guess. But it was pretty good overall. I'm kind of interested if the new manga that started in 2011 will, like, tie back in. Like, if it'll go all the way through and go back to Nisei events. Because they would have to change some things just based on the stuff that's already happened. It is crazy to think of how popular Kinnikuman is and how influential it is. Because, like, the author of One Piece, you know, Akira Toriyama, of course, the author of Full Metal Alchemist, all 3 of them have said that, like, Kinnikuman was, like, hugely influential on them. So that's, like, I forget if Araki has commented on Kinnikuman. I feel like you would probably have liked it at the time. Does Araki like pro wrestling? Stupid question. Does the tuning exam count as a tournament? Yes. I mean, not the forest part, but the rest of it. I mean, it did just become a tournament arc. Naruto frustrates me so much. I feel like they just never made good use of the premise because nobody acts as a ninja at any point. Like, they're only ninjas stylistically, except for Kakashi. Kakashi did a couple of ninja things every now and then. But, like, all the fights happen in big open spaces, even when they're in that fucking forest. They never have, like, a tactical fight where there's, like, you know, a lot of obstacles or anything. Like, Nobody really employs that much stealth. Nobody really goes for assassinations. They like the ideas of like two ninjas having like a super powered fist fight is just stupid. They, you know, like if a ninja gets a technique in, you should just be dead. It shouldn't be they summon a big crazy thing to hit you with and then you come back. Like in my head, Naruto, there's things I like and don't like about Naruto and the characters, but like broadly speaking, in my head, Naruto takes up the same space as like Fairy Tail, in that it's like it doesn't really commit to its premise at all, and it feels like a huge missed opportunity to have like a very generic battle shonen that doesn't take advantage of anything about it. Like, you know, I'm sure people have different opinions about Kaneko Man, but it locks in on its premise once it starts talking about pro wrestling. Like, the same with, like, Yu Yu Hakusho. All kinds of fucking crazy shit happens because of what it's about. Like Fairy Tail. I don't necessarily... It's the same thing. I don't, like, necessarily hate Fairy Tail or anything. It's just, like... I don't know, it's like a lot of the sort of stuff like that, it's just sort of junk food in that you can watch it and you can enjoy it, and it's like there's good things you can say about it, but it's just like there are just better things out there. I do like junk food and candy, munching on potato chips. I can appreciate that. But if I had to choose, I would go to a nicer restaurant and eat something better. I like the fan art, but I can't stand the characters. The characters are a little too one-note, which is just a general problem with, like, that kind of thing. I mean, honestly, that's sort of the problem of having too many characters more than anything. I feel like that's the problem with a lot of, like, battle shonen type things, where there's like way too many fucking characters and characterization. Like nobody in particular is characterized well, and the characterization on top of that is just spread really thin. Like I feel like if you like, that's sort of the frustrating thing to me about a lot of like super popular like generic anime. Is not that I even don't like it. I feel like if you locked in on the premise and the characters, you could actually make something really good. Like, I think a lot about the kind of story, the kind of fights and the kind of characters Naruto or Fairy Tail or anything could have had. And it's just not that, and it never will be. And I'm just very underwhelmed. I mean, that's really what I like about, like, JoJo or something. Like, JoJo locks the fuck in. Araki is just thinking about crazy shit. And his, like, world-building characters is just something else entirely. doing things for himself. And, like, President Valentine is not a good person, but he is sort of, like... If you had to say, he's, like, the heroic character between the two of them. Maybe not by personality, but, like, fundamentally, the broad arc of the story. I don't know, I think about that a lot with, like, Part 6 and, and Part 5, and, like... In Part 6, they talked about how, like, everything broadly bends back to the righteous side. In that sense, I wouldn't say that Johnny is the hero. Although I do like Johnny Joestar. JoJo's another one, like... I kind of wonder, do you think JoJo counts as science fiction, technically? Because it is basically psychic powers. Like, it's not a fantasy story, fundamentally. I mean, I suppose in some ways it is. By the way, speaking of anime, have you considered watch-alongs in my server doing shit like Fate? I'll try to show up, but I mean, like, the stuff I do in my server and stuff kind of accounts for most of my free time that exists. So, if you did, I would try to show up for it, but I probably wouldn't be able to. Because, like, most of the time when I'm not, like, streaming or doing something or sleeping, I'm usually at work. But I'll see what I could do. This is what you consider escape shit to be sci-fi or fantasy, when it often includes both. The thing is, like, all of the fantasy elements in JoJo are sort of part more broadly of the, like, the psychic powers that are present. Like, there are elements you could consider to be fantasy, but they're not. They're, like, at the base level, if you understand, like, the lore and everything. As much as you can, without asking Araki questions himself. Like, everything is sort of based on the same premise. Like, it would be, like, still psychic powers at the end of the day. You can get right down to it. I mean, I guess that sort of depends where you draw the line between fantasy or not. Like, are new types fantastical? In Gundam? They're definitely they're definitely just, like... They're definitely technically science fiction. But they do... when you get the Gundam Unicorn and stuff, it does feel a little... It does sort of escape the trappings. Tokusatsu Saturday today? Yep. In a couple hours. Gonna be watching more O's and Sun Vulcan. Man, Sun Vulcan is so good, but it's so jarring to me that they don't have the tropes established. Like, I feel like that's something I say a lot while watching it, and other people don't get it. Because, like, I'm so used to all the Sentai tropes that, like, when they don't do the thing, it's just, like, really jarring to me. Like, when they show up already transformed to a scene, or if, like, they're doing something and only one of them transforms, that's so fucking weird to me, because they never would do that in, like, the newer stuff. Some shit that would never happen under any circumstances. Okay, I gotta bail before I die. I think I might... Maybe with this Magnades, I'll switch out, like, the stealth system it has for the one and the other one. Is that the one with Banjo? Banjo? Sun Vulcan is the Sentai season we're watching. It's one of the older ones. With, like, the theme is, like, air, land, and sea. Isn't Banjo one of the build characters? I'm kind of bad with names. I mix things up a lot. The guy who Tomahawk was S tier. Yeah, that was a weird pull that there was just like a Native American dude. I guess it was not that much different than the pirate. That was strange. Most of the villains in that are... I mean, I guess they are also that strange. They're not strange in the same way. Although broadly, that's a strange show. But I like it. I wonder what we'll watch after Zubat. I kind of want to go with Kikaider, because I'm mostly familiar with Kikaider through the manga and anime. I haven't really watched a lot of the actual tokusatsu show. They had 3 genres going on at once in 20 minutes. Listen, Ishinomori was just thinking about that. Ishinomori was just... He's just him. He's that guy. He's just thinking about stuff all the time. Nobody's quite doing it like he does. Recoilless rifle. I'm a little annoyed because it doesn't seem like they're gonna sell the laser in the stores, so I'll have to buy another mech to get it. Kikaider, my friend Android Kikaider. I think about that guy a lot. Man, speaking of science fiction works, Kikaider is really different. Kikaider and Lake Casherin occupy a lot more space in my mind than maybe they should. SRTS. Yeah, I might switch out for this one. It must be mechanically violated. I gotta watch the Hokkaido thing. I know he got his own show recently. Hokkaido is like the best to ever do it. It's hard to even explain how much like every anti-hero and like every like rival type character is essentially Hokkaido, and none of them are as good as him. I feel like Hokkaido defined that trope so strongly that, like, there's no character in Japanese media who occupies that space of, like, the rival anti-hero type character that isn't just a reference to him. That isn't just a pale stereotype of that guy. He really was, like, the best to ever do it. Damn, I made it too heavy. A little annoying, I can't tell which ones are installed and which ones. It's too heavy. Honestly, I just hope these plans for a server watch alike just don't end up falling through again. I don't know. I'm not... I don't know if I have good advice on organizing things. I just kind of DM people and hope people can show up. It's always tricky. Organizing people for online stuff is just, it's always an exercise in herding cats. It's the same with like collabs and stuff. It's always tricky. I don't know that there's especially a good way to do it. BDAC. Okay, let's skip a day. I'll do the D class and then I'll try the C with this mech. I feel like if I could get the drop on him with the laser, I'll definitely win. But that's the same thing as the shotguns, really. Maybe I should practice, like, fighting at range with the laser. So I'm far enough away to dodge his missiles. Weirdly, it might be easier to dodge the missiles closer up, but not as intentionally, because it'll just be harder to lock on. I don't know if the NPCs will have as much trouble with that as I do, though. See, that's the problem. It's a matter of hurting cats, but it's also the matter of trying to get them to not just dip their head in, shitpost, and fuck off. I don't really have that problem. Sometimes people want to talk about other stuff, which I'm not opposed to. I just feel like some conversations get off track too much, that it's like hard for people who just want to watch the show. But I don't know. I don't really have a lot of shitposters. Been a while since I don't really live that life myself and shit posting. I do want to draw more memes of Sentai though. I've been trying to figure out like a chibi design. It's ironic for me to say it, but my design is kind of hard to draw. You know, a bit of an Akira Toriyama moment, but it's like maybe I made Sentai too complicated for me to draw often. If I can still draw him, but it's just like, if I'm gonna be drawing him a lot, if I'm gonna draw like redrawing memes and stuff, expressions from anime, I feel like I need to simplify the design. That's why I really like the commission I got back from Suni, because I don't know, it's tricky to get that kind of design work, because I did draw like the PNG, the like GIF I have for the other streams when I'm on my Steam Deck, the like PNG tuber, that I drew myself. So like I have drawn chibi of it, but I feel like it still has too many details that it's just like it's aesthetically a chibi character, but it's not. What I want is like a simplification of the design. Maybe it's due to not having a design with animals just looking like normal arms. No, that's fine. It's cooler that way. Look, they're like puppets. Meh, 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 meh. That I'm not really worried about. It's that there's too many details. So, like, if I have to draw the design a lot, it's just like a lot of work. Where it's like, I want a simplified design where the character is like recognizable. Like, Suni's design is a good example. That the scab I got, not the most, like, recent one, but before that, if you look at that one. Like, you can tell it's the same character, but it's just, it has a lot of the details shaved off. It's just kind of the idea and the shape language. I don't know. I really admire people like Kuro Ari, RD2Kuro on Twitter. She's like a Japanese VTuber. She like redraws her VTuber as all kinds of random stuff like every single day. And it's like her design is really simple and really good, and it makes sense for that. But it's also just like, I wish I had that hustle. I wish I was moving like that. Like, she just did a post once that was like, send me emojis and I'll just and I'll draw my character as them. And people would send like the train emoji and just all kinds of random shit, and she would just do it. It's like, I just don't have that in me. Maybe you should borrow from 40k artists to find ways of simplifying complex designs. I think I have it figured out. I just gotta lock in and start drawing more. I gotta make the time to draw. But I think I can do it. I think I'm almost there. Had to redesign it a couple of times. I don't really like this missile thing. It's like cool, but I feel like it doesn't really it doesn't really do anything I need it to do. So I would prefer to have it just a second laser. Okay. I wonder if there is good art of like simplified, because like if people are drawing fan art of like 40k stuff and you have to draw like a Mechanicus tech priest and like a Skitari, if you were just doing it for like a meme comic or something, you probably wouldn't want to keep all the details. Though I feel like a lot of 40k designs go the opposite direction, because like Space Marines are dead simple designs. I mean, that's the point, because their models are like really easy to paint. And then like most like named Space Marines and stuff just have more complicated designs. As far as what he was thinking or feeling, but they managed to get it across. Let me check the Mechanicus. Maybe they had something good. I don't know if I would want to tap back in on 40k stuff. I used to be more into that. I used to be kind of like a lore buff. But honestly, 40k is like painful to interact with, because you're always fighting an uphill battle to enjoy 40k against Games Workshop. You know, they do good things and bad things, but overall they're just very frustrating. I feel like my relationship with Toei and Bandai and Capcom is the same, but is not quite that bad. Although Capcom really tests my patience. But you know, there's things that frustrate me about Toei as a company and everything they do and say, and Bandai especially, who I hate. But, like, their media is so good, and they do a good enough job with it that I don't have complaints that would, like, that would really threaten my enjoyment of the media. And 40K does not meet that. Games Workshop absolutely does. They're almost worse than 40K is good. One wonders if it's even worth it. One wonders if Sisyphus is happy. 40K is an interesting sci-fi setting, but I feel like we don't talk enough about that. Like, every now and then there's a cool Mechanicus story where they run into some old AI or something. It's weird. Love this setting, hate the company. No, that's very common. That's an experience I have a lot. But, like, you know, whatever complaints I have about Bandai never stops me from enjoying Gundam. They test my patience a lot, but it never passes that threshold is the thing. And the same with Toei, the same with a lot of companies, the same with Nintendo. Like, there's a lot of companies that test my patience, but I feel like Games Workshop really overtook me. It's just exhausting. Isn't the Gundam Mini War game coming out now? Probably. There's a Gundam anime coming out now. Now, let me actually do a save state, because I feel like this is either going to go really well or really poorly. Also, it's like a question of expectations. I almost don't mind hating Bandai, because, like, I hate them for personal reasons. I hate them for making Tomino suicidal. I hate them for things that I wouldn't forgive them over, like, no matter what. It's almost weird that they've had, like, bigger problems that, like, are worse. But it's almost like that lowers my expectations, because, like, Games Workshop just has a lot of small problems with how they manage 40K, which frustrate me because I feel like they could do a better job. Bandai could almost not make me happy no matter what they did. There's some things I hate about Bandai that I'll never get over no matter what, so I'm not even worried about those things as much. Then the production of, the fucking American Gundam. I'll have to see if that really comes out. I mean, they've been making the American Akira movie for, like, I didn't even know how long. When did that first get brought up? The idea of, like, a Gundam live-action movie is very strange. I feel like that'll probably be bad, but I'll give them a chance. My expectations are low, but I'll reserve judgment. It is legendary. That is heartening. Like, there are criticisms and, like, shortcomings of, like, the MonsterVerse stuff, but all of the MonsterVerse movies are enjoyable. Like, none of them are bad. Like, the original Godzilla, King of the Monsters, Skull Island, GVK, GXK. I haven't watched a lot of that Legacy of Monsters show, but, like, almost like none of the Legendary Pictures movies are, like, really explicitly bad. Damn it. Let me run that back one more time. Hold on. Wait. Let me try that again. Pacific Rim is the closest. Pacific Rim isn't like Gundam at all. I mean, like, Pacific Rim is one of the best mecha movies we've ever gotten, but, like, it's, in so many ways, it's not like Gundam at all. I mean, like, fundamentally, the way the mechas work in Pacific Rim They're just unlike Gundams. Because Gundams are basically fighter jets. Like, in practice, in function, the role they take up on the battlefield, they're a complex weapon platform who fill the battlefield role of a fighter jet. Both for bombing and dogfighting. And none of the Pacific Rim mechs really do that. Well, the Pacific Rim mechs don't really fill a battlefield role because I mean, I guess they're technically military devices. They're not warfighting devices. They're, you know, they're single application. Pacific Rim kind of reminds me of Western Mecha, but melee based. Yeah, to an extent, I agree with that. Well, I mean, if you watch like what is it, BattleTech? Or if you play those games, like, their mechs are just tanks. The mechs are an iteration on tanks. They fill the battlefield role of tanks. They function like tanks in a lot of ways. Okay, let me try to find this guy. Yes! See, I knew if I could get the drop on him. That reminds me, I brought a BattleTech lore book from the LGS. I should read it. I mean, it's the only big American big budget mech movie. Yeah, pretty much. What about Iron Giants? That doesn't really count. Actually, I kind of count that because, like, Tetsujin 28, you know, Giant Robo, Giant Gorg, those are all mecha. So Iron Giant counts. Like, except that it's not giant Japanese in every sense of the word. Like, Iron Giant is a mecha anime. I kind of wonder about, now I'm actually thinking about that. Did the creators of Iron Giant know about, like, Tetsujin 28? That aired in America at some point, right? They might have. They should have. That's the kind of mecha anime I'm kind of missing at the moment, because I've been reading up on Tetsujin 28. Honestly, I'm just annoyed that that manga isn't translated, but I do miss the sort of, the aesthetic of, like, the non-piloted mech, the sort of commanded mech. the sort of series where, I guess, broadly, you could put some of the Brave series stuff in this category too, where it's like, the hero is like a young man, it's a shonen type thing, but the mech is just, like, separate from him. Tetsujin 28 Go, all that kind of thing. There's something about the whole, like, aesthetic of that that's so nice. Also, I just like big, chunky robots, like Giant Robo and Tetsujin. That's another thing I'm missing with, like, mecha anime. The robots are too fucking skinny. Like, if you look at Tetsujin 28, bro is a fucking unit. He's awesome. Like, he's a big, chunky wrestler. You know, get a Robo. We need more mechs like that. I'm so tired of these skinny, twink-ass robots. Give me big, chunky boys. I'm looking at the list now. Real Steel, Raw Power Rangers 2017. I wouldn't count that. I mean, yes, technically, Robot Jocks. I do have. I have Real Steel and Robot Jocks on DVD. I haven't watched. Transformers. Is Transformers a mecha movie? I'd have to think about that. I mean, broadly, I would put Transformers, like the Japanese Transformers animes. Those ones I would consider to be mecha shows. So I would have to concede. One would have to concede that Transformers is mecha. I always feel like things like that stretch my definitions all the time. Like, I'm not even trying to be pedantic necessarily. It's just like, broadly, there are things that I consider to be mecha. Like, like with, you know, like if the Brave series, like if X Kaiser is a mecha show, I can't really say that Transformers isn't. That's always the thing that, like, stretches my definitions of things, of these sorts of terms, like anime, mecha, tokusatsu. It's just that there are specific examples that I definitely consider to fit the term. And and some of those like more fringe ones do kind of call into question whether I can deny other things do count. I think about that a lot. There's a stupid argument on Twitter that happens every now and then about whether anime or tokusatsu, which is just a semantic problem more than anything. But there is Dinosaur Expedition Born Free and Dinosaur War Eisenborg that are tokusatsu anime. Like, it's like not even arguing about, well, like SSH Gridman has mocap CGI, so there's technically like live action segments. It's like literally there are live action segments. Dinosaur Expedition Born Free has just a live action shot of a chainsaw for a minute. Like, that's a tokusatsu scene. If they record real footage of a real chainsaw, you can't say that that's not tokusatsu. It's a real physical prop. Like all those little dinosaur toys. Eisenborg is another one that's like super popular in Saudi Arabia, in like the Middle East. I can't believe the Middle East likes mecha anime so much. Maybe we're not so different. Maybe people really aren't so different at the end of the day. Maybe they get it. Maybe we can understand each other. The countries of the world, that's world peace. People just gotta watch more fucking mecha anime. They need to lock in, watch all the classics. Actually, didn't Tomino say some shit like that? I think I'd have to find the interview, but I think Tomino literally said that if he could get Putin to watch like Gundam, he wouldn't have invaded. he wouldn't be like a dictator anymore. He would stop invading other countries. Oh man, I love Tomino so much. He always says like the craziest shit ever because he's just so locked in. He also said some shit about how Elon Musk doesn't take space travel seriously enough. Tomino's like the best guy in the universe. He's so funny. Although nothing will ever top the old like magazine interviews he gives where he just rambles on about how he hates anime. None of this pussy ass like Studio Ghibli, Miyazaki, like anime is a mistake shit. No, I hate fucking anime. Anime is terrible and I hate it. And I hate weebs. Tomino's the most based man ever to live. Because he says the craziest shit all the time. He's just awesome. He's just an unchallenged king. To be a fly on the wall when he was telling Bandai executives to fuck off while he was making Turn A. Turn A's production is so heartening. Not only did he like just do the production better and he left more to his staff, like he learned a lot of like generally really good lessons about directing and producing, but he also just like he had all the cards and all the leverage and he knew it. He knew Bandai needed him to make the anime, so whenever they asked him for anything, he would just tell them to fuck off. They would like tell him to change the characters and stuff, and he would just be like, no. They would have all these comments about the way the characters looked and different things, and he would just not hear any of it. He would like meet with them just to turn them down. It's like some of the production stuff for Turn A is so good. I still want to hear. I still don't know if those things are true, but I still want to hear what he thinks of Hideaki Anno. That's a crazy man. Tomino is the best. I love Tomino. Bro just says things. Bro will just say whatever. He's just living his life. He's a real human being. Other people will lie to you to not compromise their career. Tomino will yell things at you that he that everyone involved in his profession would tell him not to say. He's awesome. I just wish I wish people could be more sincere like that. I wish people were real human beings. Oh yeah, this guy. I feel like this is gonna go badly. Okay, it's a showdown with double Vulcans, so basically it's just a question of who catches the other first. Who gets caught slacking. Nope, it was me. Damn it. This is another one where I'd have to get the drop on them. I don't know. Hopefully I can just get a more definitively better mech if I get... once I solo this stock. What was the... I don't think I got either C rank in Hong Kong. What was the other one like? Okay. How much time do I have before the next C rank fight? How many C ranks do I still need? It's the 2 here and the 2 in Germany, right? Was I missing any other ones? Did I not manage to get the New York one? Hold on. Let me review the ranks. Let's see. Okay, I got these 2. I got these 2. I need the 1 in Tokyo. 2 here. Okay, so it's 1 in Tokyo, 2 in Hong Kong, and 2 in Germany. I think I should try with this mech because of the problem I was having. I was using the other mech and I would just get killed right away in Germany. I think I was probably having the same problem in Hong Kong. But that would have been like 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. I don't remember any of that. Okay, let's skip the D and then I'll get money to fix my chip. We're almost at day 76, so it's almost time to sell stock. I might just go around and skip days. I think the main thing I want is to replace the shoulder weapon on this mech and to adjust the weight. I feel like 2 lasers make the most sense. Because then I can just use either. I guess the lasers in the Vulcans kind of accomplish the same thing. Maybe I should do it with missiles? I don't know. I feel like I sort of want to be strategic with the builds and like have a different thing on each of the 4 slots for different situations. But in almost every actual real fight, like in this game, it makes more sense to just have like 4 of the same weapon, basically, and to just shoot all of them at once. Like, I feel like fights are too short to be too tactical about it. And like, even if I equipped like missiles or something, like the missiles aren't going to do enough damage that it would replace like a laser. The bigger problem is I'm not sure if I can get 2 lasers on this. I think it would be too heavy. But I think I can work around that. If I make the legs heavier and some of the other weapons lighter. think I can get it to work. Kind of annoyed that the sweepers set off the missile lockout alarm. They're not really that much of a threat. Okay, that's enough. Let's bail. 4,000, or I don't know how much does it cost to. I think my chip costs are going up the higher its level gets. But I'm also running out of ammo, so let me just bail. Oh yeah. I do want big chunky mechs back. The Tetsujin 28 design is just so nice. He's just so round and friendly. Chunky. Yeah, we need it. We need chunky mechs. All the mechs are so fucking skinny now. We need to return to tradition. How much do I need to repair the ship? I remember the Hawkeye. Let me just go sell something. They weren't like those, but boxes. Oh, cool. You know what? I think about the mech design in Heavy Object a lot. That's really the most practical mech design. It's a big mass with guns strapped to it. Round thing. Although the Baby Magnum's design is really good. Man, Moderoid, when is Good Smile gonna make me a fucking Baby Magnum model kit? They're slacking, they're sleeping on it. It's crazy we're getting like everything from fucking Gun X Sword. Big Ball, yeah, it's great, right? There's something about it. I mean, it does make the most sense when you consider physics. Although I think it is still too super massive to work, but on a basic level. You know, a mechanized, like, weapons platform would just kind of look like that. But it's just so round with lots of guns. I thought the future we all use swords, though. I mean, there is a, you know, that is also sort of a romance. Like sci-fi romance, that's a big part of like the mecha genre, especially real robot stuff, is basically the idea, not just like sword fighting and one-on-one close combat, but the idea that like a single soldier could have a huge impact on a war. The fact that Amuro carried the Earth Federation through the 1-year war in the last 4 months when they were about to lose. That is sort of a romantic idea. Okay, what's the schedule like? Okay. What is the challenge here? KHD, Okay, so let's skip to this Seek rank, and then I'll sell all my stock on the next day. Okay. The guy I fought with the smiley face on his mech, that was the daytime one, right? I think so. So I gotta see what this one is like. I mean, that happens. There are snipers that shoot 100 enemies in World War II. Yeah, but like, sniping is cool, but it's not like, it doesn't have the same sort of masculine appeal as sword fighting, you know what I mean? It's technically cool. It's aesthetically cool, like Assassins, but it's not like, it doesn't have quite the knights and samurai kind of feeling, you know what I mean? Lacks that ethic. Some of the Canadian snipers are fucking crazy. There's like, every now and then Canada breaks the record for like the longest distance snipe ever. And it's like some ridiculous shit every time. Oh yeah, this one. So let's see, bro has punching arm, a machine gun, he has the electric grenade launcher. Oh, let me run down there and get that health and ammo real quick. Ow, 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 ow. Jeez. Alright, well, I found the ranker. Well, he found me, I guess. Got him. Do you know the Dune lores and why they use swords? Well, the thing is, they sort of betray that premise. In the original Dune, at the start, they talk about using swords a particular way because, weirdly, their shields don't work very well. They have, like, energy shields that block all physical weapons. For some fucking reason, if you shoot a laser at the shield, it'll just explode and kill everyone in a huge radius. So that feels a little counterintuitive. But yeah, there's a specific sword fighting technique they learn in Dune that it's like fast enough to kill, but not fast enough to trigger the shield mechanism. But when they're on Arrakis, they can't use the shields anyway. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it causes a nuke. Yeah, that seems like a problem. I mean, like, what distance can you fire the laser at? Couldn't you just, like, couldn't you just bombard the battlefield with laser beams and kill everyone? I don't know, maybe I gotta read the rest of Dunes, but at least I read all of book 1, and at least there, the whole shield thing doesn't especially come into play. It just explains why. Fights and stuff, they're not using shields. So it's not super relevant. Okay, so let me sell all my stock. I have a ton of it, so I should get plenty of money. Okay, I gotta buy missile launchers for my American type mech. There's like 2 mechs I still don't quite have the parts for, and I also have to modify them. I gotta get a better shoulder weapon for this one. And it might be the laser. That might be the correct thing to do. I gotta check what they're selling now. That's another problem with this stock system. If you want to keep making money, you have to buy back in like the next day into the other stock. So you don't have a lot of time to like shop for parts. I'll have a shit ton of money though. I'll go save before doing anything. Just under $1 million. Okay, first of all, let me go save now that I have money. And I gotta shop around. Honor and whatnot. I don't think being a sniper is like dishonorable necessarily. It just doesn't quite have the the same sort of appeal. It's not the same thing. If they're on solid rock, they would use the shields. Only slow attacks can go through the shields. Well, another thing is that the shields attract the worms, so you can't use them on Arrakis. It's not a good idea. It's not recommended. Okay, let's see what's for sale everywhere. I also don't know the difference in days that... Like in the first game, there were specific days where they sold special parts at the shops. Based on like prime numbers and stuff. I don't know if this game has the same system. I might have to look into that. I don't really need an Ounce or Proton Max, but I'm just seeing what they have. Gorbachev chainsaw. I'm kind of annoyed that these mechs are like better at long range because they're the ones with the chainsaw. Kind of a letdown in some ways. What's the rifle on this one? Is that a missile launcher? Links for... Oh, it's a recoil this rifle, right? Oops. Piercing off Heron. I don't really need that. I'm satisfied more or less with my KHD mech. Okay. Oh, here we go. So I can't get another laser. Yeah, that's probably the right choice. Yeah, I shouldn't overthink it. Let me buy this one. No viable work deck. Oh yeah, let me buy... So let me open up a slot to disassemble Mecha. I'll buy that one, take it apart, and then I gotta adjust the mech to get it... the weight balance right, to get the laser on it even. Frankenstein time? Scrapping time. This mecha has parts we need, but we don't need all of it. No. Okay, I still have 500,000. So now I have 2 of the lasers, but the main problem is that I'm pretty sure this is going to be too heavy. So this is 187. It's about twice as heavy, a little less. So how much over the weight limit am I at? Total weight, max payload. It's not overweight by a lot, actually. I should buy a decal, too. Okay, so let me go adjust the weight. I think if I just make the legs a little bit heavier. It's a little bit brain dead strategy-wise, but I think it's the best option considering, like, engagements in this game are just not long, so I'm not really too worried about having, like, a complicated sort of setup. When I start shooting at another guy, he just needs to die before I do. Oh yeah, so if I bring it to, wait, so 11 is where I need it to be to get over the limit. I'll take it to 15 and I'll make the Vulcans a little heavier, I think. Or maybe I'll make the lasers a little bit heavier because they'll run out of ammo before the Vulcans. At what point would this be overweight? Okay. 12. So let's bring them both up by the 5. Spider legs crazy? Yeah, the 6 legs is nice. They can support a lot of weight, which is helpful. Okay, let's go test this out. Double lasers. I never liked weight systems in mecha games, but I get why they're there. Well, I mean, it's just to constrain what you can do with the customizing. This is technically the Chinese server, but it has Americanish music. Well, I mean, your pilot chooses the music, so randomized according to his taste. Oh, this is pretty nice. I do appreciate they changed the charging system so you don't have to wait for it to get back to 100 every time. He's got his shield up. But yeah, I think this is pretty good. Built for short engagements at mid to long range. It's kind of the opposite of my other one, which is like the proton one I have, which is built for like short to mid range with the shotguns. Ammo is a problem, but you know, what are you gonna do? Always a bit of an issue here. Suck through ammo like crazy. Well, you know. I wonder if I should reinvest all my stock. Well, let me look at the parts for the other two mech types. I'm satisfied with this, though. I think this is good. Okay, so let's see S&V and American Stars. Do they have a close range weapon besides like the electric punch and the laser punch? At least not on the mechs here, they don't. Okay, nothing especially worth buying here. Let me check American Stars, I'll check the used mechs, and then I'll probably sell some stuff and put all my money back into stocks. Hey, what kind does this one have on its arm? Oh, it's just the recoilless gun. Recoilless gun and SRAM. I could put recoilless guns. It has recoilless guns for the arms and the shoulders. Does Hulkbuster count as a mecha? What, the, like, big Iron Man suit? I mean, you could argue it does. Mecha you can kind of... So mecha is just an abbreviation of mechanical. There's, like... Generally, I would say it refers to, like, piloted mechs. But you can stretch the definition a lot because there's, like, Brave Series and Tetsujin 28. There's a lot of mechs that aren't piloted. And there's also stuff with, like... I feel like Astro Boy fits into the mecha genre. It'd be weird to argue it doesn't. Digi, hello, how are you? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna buy any of these. I don't really... Maybe I'll do the recoilless rifle as the build. Just explode. But I'll do that later. But hey, Digi, how are you? How have you been? I've been rambling on about mecha and tech. I'm rad, thanks man, you? I'm good. I'm thinking about robots and stuff. Did you see the new Gundam and the new Aquarion and the new Spirit Hero Wataru? And that fucking Good Smile is making all the mechs in Gun X Sword? Really living. Mecha fans are living it up pretty good. I always have my complaints, but it's quite a time. Okay, let me sell all this random crap from taking apart that mech. I don't think I'm gonna go with this. Because the Russian mech I have already has lock-on missiles, so there's no point in building that. I need this insurance. I did eating good. We got the... Oh yeah, the Zoids collab with Frame Arm Girls. That does fit really well. I'm always happy to see Frame Arm Girls stuff. Oh wait, now I remember. That stealth system should be from the one I took apart. So I don't need that. Got an extra Vulcan gun I don't need. Machine gun I don't need. Okay. Now I have 5,000. Let me check his rentals or his used mechs. Oh, hey, it has the special part for... That's the, what's it called, right? MLRS? Oh, no, it's not the actual one. In the first game, the Proton special part was, like, that type of weapon. Yeah, nothing really good. Okay, let's skip to the next day. I'll check the shops again, and then I'll buy back into all the stuff. But yeah, I was thinking a lot about, like, old sci-fi compared to new sci-fi. And views of technology back then and today. And how that applies to mecha anime. I really want a new, like, Tetsujin 28 Go type show. We need a big chunky mech. It's been so long. He's just so silly, I miss him. Mechs are also skinny now, there's no rotund boys. So I guess Ryujin Maru is a little differently shaped, but that's because he's an SD mech. It's still surprising we're getting a Spirit Hero Wataru show. I mean, that series is super popular, but it's just like... they haven't quite done anything in a while. But I guess it's the same with Aquarion. It does answer a lot of my questions. I was talking to Witness and Slep about the Aquarion because they're already watching it, and they said it's like a reboot. Which answers a lot of my questions. So they do have the real Aquarion. It's not... it's not like a sequel, so it doesn't have to follow up on anything necessarily. A lot of my problems and concerns were answered, because I was just confused, like, where can they go with the story at this point? And why? And also, do they have the real Aquarion? Because, I mean, that was the thing in Elville, they didn't have access to that thing. It's buried on another planet, or where the fuck they left it. I mean, they got it near the end. Well, I don't want to give spoilers, that's the whole thing. But Aquarion shows it does make a big difference whether or not they actually have the Aquarion or not. Cursed object. Better off without it. Okay. So what are the Hartman mechs on sale now? Anything worth buying? No. What should I get if I'm making a melee build? There's only like 2 melee weapons and I already have both of them. Mines? The machine gun here. It's charming that the mechs actually have names of this, because it's supposed to be a German brand, they actually have like German named weapons, but that is kind of annoying, it's hard to tell what anything is. EMP Lungfaust. Schimmelfaust. That's the, yeah, it's the acid spray punch thing. Yeah, so those are the only melee weapons they seem to have access to. So I guess I should get, like, the armor plates, or maybe grenades? Oh, whatever. Time to buy stock. Investing time! Buy mods. Options. And do. Why won't... This is another big quality of life problem with this game. It won't let, it won't let you buy and sell multiple things. But yeah, I do think, like, the whole... Does the Hulkbuster count as a mech? I do think he... Like... I feel like if you say mecha generally, like, if you just brought up mecha, it's right to assume that somebody is talking about, like, piloted mechs, you know, Gundam, Mazinger Z, all that. But, like, if you were applying, like, tags to a manga or something, or a movie, I feel like the way you could use mecha is just a lot more general, because, like, again, it's just an abbreviation. It's the anime problem where anime just means animation. So it's like, if you use it in a conversation, people obviously should know you're talking about, like, Japanese animation. But, you know, in Japan, they consider Frozen to be an anime. So I feel like, you know, the Hulkbuster or anything like that would count. I do think we need more American mecha movies, but, I mean, there's a handful that do exist, and most of them are bad. There's, like, Pacific Rim, and then a bunch of not very good movies. I don't know. I guess it depends what Gilmore Ditcharo wants to do. I'll leave it up to him. Transformers continues to be all over the place in terms of quality. Every now and then they make a good movie, and then they don't. Although that's the that's the problem with Transformers as a franchise. Honestly, Hasbro just doesn't manage their properties very well. I don't even, like, hate them as much as I hate other companies who are worse. They're just like, it's not even like anything they're doing wrong or like a way they operate that I don't like. Hasbro is just blatantly incompetent. So it's like, it's hard to even be mad about it. Like, it's not that they're just doing anything wrong. They're just, they try to do things and they fuck it up every time. It's like, what is there even to say? What would I even be mad about? Maybe another company would do a better job with a lot of their properties. There will be robots. Speaking of Hasbro, they finally announced they put out the silhouettes of the new Power Rangers toys. They look like ass. I wasn't expecting anything from Playmates, and I was right. You know, it remains to be seen, but I already feel vindicated. Mad about what? How they manage Transformers as a property, as an IP. Although some good ass Transformers toys are coming out. They're doing, like, Hearts of Iron and stuff. That shit's crazy. They're gonna turn Starscream into a Whirlybird doohickey that doesn't even make sense. Based, honestly. The Macross ripoff? Yay, Macross. That's Harmony Gold. That's a company that I actually do hate, and I'm right. And I will always be justified in hating them. And they constantly prove me right. Macross deserves better. It really does. Okay, let me conserve ammo for when the ranker shows up. I should already have him unlocked, right? Macross is my favorite robot series? Based. I gotta watch more Macross. I watched the original, and I watched Do You Remember Love, and I watched Delta. I gotta watch Macross 7 and stuff. I watched some of Frontier because that one's in a lot of Super Robot Wars stuff. Gonna lock in. Macross Frontier is amazing. It does look amazing. I like that one girl has a cell phone that's a little squishy frog. I don't know how that works on any level whatsoever, but I just like that thing. Oh, the Ranker's just getting himself killed. I haven't even done anything yet. Yay! We cheated. I'll take it. I don't know why he got himself killed fighting another mech, but whatever. Hey, win's a win. You should get one yourself. GG. Yeah, I wish they sold cell phones that were just squishy little frog toys. It seems very impractical, but that thing was just great. It is funny that they idolized the singer from the original Macross, because she was a good singer and she is a good idol, but I feel like that really glosses over what kind of person she is. A strange fellow is at the junction. Shall I enter talk mode and check it out? Hong Kong is a place. Imagine if Hong Kong was real. That'd be crazy. Welcome, welcome. Step right up. We got an underground shop. The prices ain't cheap, but we got the good stuff. Say, ain't you the famous Shen? Name's Sheena. I'm the shop demon at Wild Machine Mega Discount Store. Isn't Wild Machine the shop from the first game? The owner's been taking a long vacation, you might say, but it looks like he's back and ready to get down to business. Of course, all our goods are guaranteed. We got some of the sweet stuff that's awful rare, if the big man remembered to order it. Oh yeah, afraid I can't tell you where the shop is. Just start poking around, okay? Snaps, it's a security demon, later. Damn, can I buy drugs? Agent Da. You there, we had reports of an unlicensed underground shop soliciting business in this area. Keep an eye out. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out. That sounds like a pun. What, Wild Machines or Sheena? I forget what his dog robot was named in the first one. Is it actually the same guy? This is Sentai? That's me. I found it. Well, if it ain't said, come on in, take your time, check the place out. Now, no need to fret. This junk shop of ours might not have a Fira license, but the customer is still king. And the boss leaves me in charge while he lugs himself around the world to get loads of rare modules for this place. Okay, but is it actually that guy? So go on, browse away. You might have just the module you've been looking for. Now I can finally buy good parts. This will make all the difference. Ooh. Damn, these prices suck. These mechs look pretty okay. Wait, what's that other, rocket gun? I assume that's like a rocket launcher. Not at 2.4 million? Yeah, they're charging a lot. Hedgehog. Laser cannon? Is one-shot laser? What? How does this fucking work? Do we have shit like that in the first game? Sentai is a millionaire. I don't have money. I'm broke ass. 3 electrode Hartman heavy particle beam. Wait, this says ammunition and not a rated. So this isn't a laser weapon? What the hell is it? What? How does a particle beam work? Can you sample it? Nope. I'd have to buy it. Anti-SV rocket. Single-use rocket launcher? Kowloon model? What, the city? Does Kowloon still exist in the setting? I always wonder that about like sci-fi settings and stuff. If given science fiction and all sorts of things going on, would Kowloon still exist? It's like using a railgun, you have to charge for free? I do wonder how it works. I'm kind of curious. And I haven't decided on a build for Hartman, so maybe I should go with that. I heard railgun? A certain scientific railgun? Go back to the options for a moment. What? You got the Kowloon model, you got the lock-on, proof of wealth. $8 million. What is TAPS? TAPS is the lock-on system for melee combat. When you have melee weapons, there's a different lock-on that starts up instead of the missile one. I forget what it stands for. There's probably more Kowloon cities in this world. Yeah, but it's like... Kowloon specifically, like, does that still exist? If situations are different, would the Chinese government have still destroyed Kowloon? Melee. Glorious melee combat. I saw a really cool decal kit. What, there? I wasn't really paying attention. I do need a I don't have decals on this mech. Yeah, this random stuff. Fight. Paint? What? Let me check the decals on the other store. I used to have 2 stores. I've only had fucking money. Well, I have money invested. Okay, we were kind of hitting a wall in that we had like the best possible stuff and we're struggling with C rank, so... Now that we have a better shop, we can get better parts. We're getting there. Elephant. Hold your brother. Like, I saw a paint kit inspired by Japanese anime. It did look Sentai-ish enough. Oh, this one. Purple. Which anime are they talking about? I wonder what they mean by that. Trying to think. I feel like they are talking about something specific, but I wonder if it has like a different name in Japanese, so it would be easier to guess. Anyway, let me save and then we'll find somebody to raid. But we're making good progress. We got a bunch more C ranks. We unlocked a new shop. That one guy, that was that group of friends, their friend got killed. You know, rest in peace, bro. Tragic stuff. But, you know. So let's save and we'll see who's live. And I'll get going. But yeah, watch along. Oh, wait, let me save first and I'll go to the other screen. Wow. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So, that'll be all for today. Watch along in the Discord. Right now for Tokusatsu in like half an hour. Around the same time tomorrow for anime. Stream on Monday, more Front Mission 2. Tuesday and Friday, Thursday, same games as before. Robot Girl stream and Wolf Stride. Wednesday, we're gonna watch Love and Monsters. I hadn't heard of this movie, but it looks pretty good. The trailer seemed good, and IMDb has it at like 7 out of 10. So. Might be a good movie. I don't have to defend. We'll have to see. But yeah, that'll be all for today. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks to all the friends, everyone who stopped by, said hello, all the lurkers. I love lurkers. As a lurker myself. Blah. Yeah. Pardon me. Okay. Who's live? A lot of people. Jeez, a lot of people. What the hell? Do people stream this early? Who should I raid? Let me pick somebody out. Oh, that cat is live. He's playing Yakuza? Oh, Kuro is live. Dub money. Let me see who started soonest out of these people. Okay, let's raid this panda. Okay, so I'm gonna send you to a panda boy. I'll see you guys later. People do be streaming. There's a lot of streamers. I mean, I follow a lot of people, but I'm surprised everyone is live this early. Most people are usually streaming in the afternoon for me. Is that thing working? Where's that thing? Yep, that'll be all for today. I'll see you guys in the Discord, and tomorrow, and then on Monday for another stream. So copy that raid message. Stretch. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No, there's like 12 people here. I never know how many people are even watching the stream because I have all that blocked off. So every now and then I see the raid thing on chat and I'm like, oh hey. Anyway, let's go.